In today's video, we are going to build a full-stack MERN book library application with authentication and deployment. You will learn how to set up a MongoDB database, create a Node.js and Express backend, and build a React front-end with a clean UI. We'll implement JWT authentication, allowing users to sign in and manage their personal book collection. Plus, I will show you how you can upload book images to Cloudinary so your app looks professional and functional. And to top it all off, we'll deploy it so that you can share your project with the world. This is a complete beginner-friendly tutorial, but we'll cover some advanced concepts to help you level up your skills. As always, you can find the GitHub repository linked below, so feel free to check it out and follow along. And if you prefer a book version of this project with even more details, I've got you covered. My books walks you through the entire process step by step. Grab your copy now on Amazon. The link is in the description. So without further ado, let's jump straight in. What we have now is an empty VS Code. First thing we'll do, we're going to create two folders, one for the front end and the other for the back end. Front end, then another one, which is going to be for the back end. New folder, back end. Then we're going to go to our front end, cd front end, click on enter. Now in our front end, we have to create our React application. To create our React application, we are going to use Vite. Okay, let's go to Chrome here, and I'm currently in the Vite official documentation. This is their guide, so I will copy this, npm create Vite at latest. So I'll come to my terminal here and paste it. Then I click on enter. So yes, proceed. So fast. Then I'll put a full stop dot so that it will be in the front end folder and not in any other folder. Next, I have to choose. Let me increase this. Sorry. Next, I'll choose my framework. Of course, we're using React. Then just plain JavaScript. So what we are going to do, npm install, then npm run dev to start our application. So let's install the packages, npm install. Oh, let me show you what they have done already. This is what Vite have done already. So we have to install the packages. So npm install. To install all the packages, let's wait for a few minutes or seconds. Okay, now that it has installed all the packages, the next thing we have to do is to start our application by writing npm run dev. Then you click on enter. Then you can see we have this working in localhost :5173. So you control click on this. Then you can see your homepage here. So to edit this, we are just going to go to source/app.jsx. So this is source src app.jsx. Let's close this our terminal a little bit. Then we'll come here. First, we'll get rid of this state. Then we'll get rid of everything inside here. Just like this. Let's check. Nothing inside here. So let's just put something like homepage. Homepage. Let's see. Homepage. Let me increase this a little bit. Now we have to install Tailwind because we're going to be using Tailwind for this. So here we're going to go to Tailwind CSS, Tailwind Vite. Install Tailwind CSS with Vite. So first we have to npm install Tailwind CSS at Tailwind CSS/Vite. So we'll copy this. Then we'll come here. We'll close our terminal. Ctrl C. Press Y. Let's increase it again. Ctrl V. We'll go to our browser again for the next step. What is the next step? Configure the Vite plugin. Add at Tailwind/Vite plugin to your Vite configuration. So we'll go to Vite configuration and let's check Vite config.js plugin. You paste it here. You import this. You import this. Save this. The next thing, add the @import statement to your CSS file that imports Tailwind CSS. So we'll copy this, Ctrl C. Then we'll go to our we have two CSS. Let's see. This is the main one. This one. So we'll clear everything in this index.css, then paste it here. Import Tailwind CSS. Yeah, this is what it uses. So we can delete this app.css. Delete the app.css. We don't need it anymore. In app.js, you can remove this import statement here. Let's check the next thing. Start your build process. npm run dev. npm run dev. Let's go back to our site. Okay, let's test this out. Let's wrap this in a h1 tag. h1. Let's give it a class name. Text-4excel text-red-500. As you can see, Tailwind CSS successfully configured. Okay, that is another milestone achieved. So the next thing we are going to do is to create our navbar. So in this source folder here, you are going to create another component, another folder called components. In this component, you are going to create a file called navbar.jsx. In this navbar, I already have my extension for creating a functional component. So I will just write that. I'll go FCE. Then here, I'm not going to use this nav. I'm not going to use this div. Rather, I'm going to use a nav. I'm going to use a nav. Then in this nav, I'm going to put a label for our logo, which is going to have favlib. This is the name of the application we are building. You can name this anything you want, of course. This is just the name that I like. After this, the next thing we have to do is to create a div with all our navigation links. So you're going to create a link. The first link we're going to have is our add book. So we'll put this in a p tag. Let's put it in a p tag. Add book. Then you can duplicate this. Add book. Then this will be login. Then the other one will be sign up. Just like this. So let's import this in the app.jsx. So we'll clear this out. We don't need this, or we can leave that. Then here we can just import the navbar from component/navbar. Then we save this, Control S. Let me make this smaller a bit. As you can see, it showed up immediately. Now let's tie this a little. So let's go back to navbar. Then in this navigation bar, we're going to put a class name. Give this a dark background. #252422. Then we will make it flex, justify between, so that it will stay between. Why is my Tailwind CSS IntelliSense not working? Justify between, then items center. Then the text should be lighter. Text #FFFCF2 FFFC f2 like this. Then we'll give this a padding in the x-axis of 4. Then in medium screen sizes, it should have the padding in the x-axis of 12. Then padding the y-axis of 4. In larger screen sizes, it should have the padding in the y-axis of 6. Now let's check this out. Wow. Okay. The next thing we're going to do in this label, we're going to style it also. So let's give this a class name. It should be font of semi-bold. It should have a semi-bold font. Then it should be wider, tracking dash wider. Then also for large screen sizes, it should be a little bit bigger. So let's say text dash LG. Then for like larger screen, it should be text dash extra large. Then you give this a cursor of pointer, cursor dash pointer. Yeah. Then for these links here, this is going to act as a link. So in this div here, we're going to make it flex. So class name is equals to flex. Then we make this centered, items dash center. Then we give it a space in the x-axis of 5, space dash x dash 5. Then for large screen sizes, we'll give this a text of LG. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, better. Looks better. Okay, so now I want it that when I click on this, I should remain on the home page. When I click on this, I should go to the login page. When I click on this, I should go to the sign up page. So to do that, I will need the link component. So to get the link component, I will terminate this my server which is running already. Then I'm going to install React router, npm install React dash router. After installing it, I should have the link component. So first of all, I'm going to wrap this label in the link component. So link from React router, wrap it. Take this, paste it here. The link should have a toe of homepage. You should go to the homepage. Then this ones here should have a link. Wrapped in a link as well. This will go to the add book page, to/add dash book. Then this will go to the login page, to/log dash in. Then to /sign up. Let me just remove the dash, so /login. Yeah. npm run dev. Okay, so let us wrap our application in browser router. So this app here, we're going to wrap it in browser router from React router to enable routing in application. That's a mistake I made. So let's wrap this in browser router and let's see if we'll get the error. Of course, we won't get the error. Now we can go to add book page, login page, or sign up page, just like this. But of course, we are not going to go to the main page because we don't have that set up as a route yet. But let's tie this sign up page a little, so it will look like the sign up button a little, so it will look like a real button. So go back to our Navbar component. In this p tag here, let's give this a class name of let's give it a light background, which should be like 40 3D 39, like this. Then give it a padding in the x direction of 3, then padding in the y direction of 2. Let's check that. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, better. It looks better. Now, what we want is that when I click on this add book page, I should go to a add book page. When I click on this login page, I should go to a login page. When I click on this sign up page, I should go to a sign up page. For now, nothing happens. If I click on login, nothing happens. I still remain on the home page. So let's work on that. So to do that, I'm going to come in this source folder, create a folder, name pages, where I'm going to add all my pages. In this pages folder, I'll create a file, one for the add book, create a file, one for the add book page, addbook.jsx. The other one, okay, let's give it a functional component of add book. The next one I'm going to create for the login, let me say login page.jsx. Give this a functional component as well. Then the same for the sign up page.jsx, array-fce. So to make this as a route, I'm going to come here. Let us make a home page route, a home page component first. So let's say home page, so that we can get rid of that h1 there. Homepage.jsx, array-fce, homepage. Just like this. Then we'll go back to our app.jsx. We can clear this now. Let us clear this out. Under the navbar, we're going to create a routes component. We're going to get the routes component from React Router. Routes from React Router. Then a route, which is going to be a self-closing tag. In this route, I'm going to be needing a path. So where am I going to go to? Homepage. Let's import this route from React Router as well. So this slash now means a home page. So what am I going to expect in this home page? So that's why I'm going to use element. Element will be equals to what the home page we just created here. So we're going to use that home page from pages slash homepage. You save this, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. For the add book page, add dash book, add book page, like this, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Then for this one, we're going to use login page. Then for sign up page. Save this. Now you can see in the home page, localhost 5173, I'm in the home page here. Then if I go to the add book page, you can see immediately it changes to add book. Then for login, changes to login page. Then for sign up, changes to sign up page, and back to the home page. That is how you do routes. That's how you do routing in React.js. So the next thing we're going to do, let's leave the home page for now. Let us work on the sign up and login, because once we are done with authentication, the rest of the site will be easy to build. Authentication is the important part here, so let us work on the sign up page first before working on the home page. To build the sign up page, we'll go to our code here. Then in the source folder, in the pages folder where we have our sign up page, we're going to go in this div here. We're going to put a h2, a title with the text sign up, just like this. Under this h2, we're going to create a form tag. Have the form here. Then we need the username, email, and password. So we'll say let's give this a div. a div. Then under this div, we'll have a label where we'll have the text, label, username, just like this. Then under this label, we'll have our input for the password, for the text input here, type of text, just like this. We'll copy this, paste it. This one will be for email, and then we'll come here again, paste it. This one will be for password, but this password type will be type of password now, not longer type of text. So type of password. You save this, then you check it. As you can see, it appeared, but it's not looking nice. So let us work on the styling. And sorry, after this div, we'll create a button for us to actually sign up. Or let's have another div to confirm our password. So let's just confirm password, just like this. Then our button. Our button will just say sign up, just like this. Okay, so let's tie this. Let's see how it looks. Okay, now let's tie this. So first thing, we'll come to this div here, this container div. We'll give this a class name. Then we want the minimum height to be the height of the screen. So say minimum min-h-screen. Then we'll give this text to be a dark color, hash 252422. Then we give this a background of white as well, somehow white, F5, 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 like this. They give this a padding in the X direction of 4, in large screen, a padding in the X direction of 12. Let's save this and let's try again. Okay, it's not still looking good. So let's style our h2 first. We give it a class name, text of center, text-center. Let's center the text. Then we'll make this a little bit bold. So font-semi-bold. Then after making it bold, let's give it a padding top of 8. Sorry, 8 should be better. Padding top of 8. Then in large screen, we'll make this bigger. We'll make the text bigger. So text of 2XL should be okay. Then we'll give this a full width of full, but it should have a max width of XL, and it should be in the center, mx-auto, just like this. Let's see how it looks. It looks better now. Now let us style the form. This form, give it a class name, of flex column, justify center, items dash center. Give it a width of full, a max width of XL as well, max width dash XL. Then mx dash auto to make it be centered. Then a space in the y-axis, space dash y dash of 4. Then give this a margin top of 10, like this. Better. Okay. Now the div inside here, you are going to make this div flex, class name flex dash column, width of full, just like this. Then this label here, this label, you give this a class name. It should be bigger in larger screen, so say class name md text dash lg. Yeah, then for this input, you give this a class name of, give it a full width, then a padding the x-axis of 3, then a padding y of 1.5, then in large screen sizes, give it a padding y of 2, then you should have a dark text as 252422. Then let's make it a rounded a little bit, rounded dash lg, then give it a white background. After that, let's give it a border, then a border gray. The border color should be gray, border dash gray dash 500. Just like this. You save this and you can see it like this. The next thing, we have to do this for the remaining ones, so we can just copy the styling. So we'll copy this class name for this div here, copy the class name, Ctrl C, paste it here, paste it here, paste it here. You go back, you copy the, okay, let's copy this class name for the input first. Copy the class name, Ctrl C, come here for the input, paste it here. For the password, paste it here. For confirm password, paste it. Then finally, the one for the label, copy this, the email, you paste it, password, you paste it, confirm password, you paste it. Save this and let us see how it looks. It looks nice, really, really nice. So for the button, let's style the button. So we'll give the button a width, a full width as well. So we'll say class name, width of full. Then let us make the button dark. So we'll say hash 40 3d39 3d39. Then give it a light text of hash FFFF CF2, just like this. Then give it a padding in the y-axis of 2. Then you make the font to be medium, that is a little bit dark, medium, then rounded LG. Let's see how it looks. Better. Looks really, really nice. Really, really nice. Yeah. So the next thing, we're going to have like a simple text here, which will say like already have an account, we log in. So let us work on that. So under this button now, under this button, you create a p tag. Then you say already have an account. Then we have to log in. But now this our login, we have to link to the actual login page, not just a text that won't link anywhere. So we'll use our link from React Router link. Then we're actually going to put here log in. Then here we'll put the link to /login, just like this. Then we have to give it a different color to show that it is a link. So we'll just come here and say class name, give it a text of hash 944424. So 944424, just like this. Save this and let's see. Yeah, looks really, really nice. So with this, we are done with the UI of our sign up page. So we can take this UI now and use it in our login page. So first we'll do, just go here, copy this from this div down to this div, like this. Then we'll go to our login page. Now we'll come here and paste it. Now for our login page, we do not need, okay, let's import the link component. In our login page, we don't need all this username, email, password. What we just need is our email and password to log in, like a standard way. So we'll clear out our username here. we'll leave the email, we'll leave the password, we'll clear out the confirm password. From this sign up now, we'll change it here. From sign up, we'll change it to login. Let's give a space. Login. Then we're not going to say already have an account. We'll say don't have an account. Don't have an account. Then we're going to link to sign up. Then the text will change it to sign up. Now this is giving me some okay, ESLint error. So they say we should use and apples. So and apples, just like this. Don't have an account, sign up. Then we'll change this to login. So let's check it out. Yeah, we'll just go to our login page. Wow, worked. In me. Don't have an account, sign up. Already have an account, login. Really nice work. Okay, so the next thing we have to do right now is to make this sign up page functional, which means we have to make the backend work. So the first thing we'll do is to initialize our backend. So for that, we'll go to our terminal here. We're going to close this, Ctrl C, press Y, and clear it out. So we need to go to our root folder. Now we are not going to work on our backend here. We're not going to put our packages of the backend in the backend folder, so that it will help us in deployment. You will see what I'm talking about when you get to the end of the video when we're deploying. So we'll do that. We'll do all the backend processes in the root folder. So we'll go back, cd .. Go back to our root folder. Then we're going to initialize the backend, npm init-y. Press enter. Yeah. So we have this package.json now. The next thing we have to do is to install Express, which is a framework for Node.js. So say npm install Express. After installing, we will have to make this to be an ES module type, so that we won't be using require to import our packages. So what we want is that we want it to be like import Express from Express. So to do that, we're just going to come to this under this script. They will write type. So by default it is common.js, so we'll change this to module, just like this. So with that, we can come to this backend folder here. Then we'll create a new file, server.js. In here we can create our let's just create the server. So for that, we'll import Express from Express, just like this. The next thing we'll do is to say const app will be equals to what? Express, like this. Then we'll say app.use express.json. This is our middleware to pass JSON files, express.json, just like this. Then we can say app.listen. Here we put our ports. Of course, we don't have the ports yet, so let's make the variable const ports. Let's make it to be equal to 5000, just like this. So app.listen ports. Then we can just say console.log server started at ports. Then comma ports, just like this. Then we can run it by saying node backend /server.js, just like this. Then we'll press enter. You can see it here, server started at port 5000. But if we go to http colon slash slash localhost 5000. If you go to localhost 5000, you won't see anything. Cannot get. This is what you're going to see. Cannot get, because we haven't created a get route. So let's just create a get route. This will just be like a test route, just to test if what we're doing is actually working. So to create a get route, you can just say app.get like this. Then you get you say request response, just like this. Sorry, it should be like this. They will put in here, you're going to put in your route. So we want it to be in the home page like this. Yeah, this is going to be in the home page. Then request.response. So we're going to send the response back to the server. So we'll say response.send hello world. Just like this. Then we'll save this. If we refresh this, it still shows cannot get, because that is how Node is. We have to stop our server, Ctrl C, then run it again, Node backend server.js. Then now let us refresh, and you can see your hello world. So that is a problem. Each time we have to close our server, then run it again. So to solve that problem, we have to install NodeMon. NodeMon is how we can use to solve the problem. So we'll stop our server, Ctrl C, clear this out, then we say npm install NodeMon, just like this. We can say to run it now, instead of using node backend slash server.js, we're going to use NodeMon. So we'll say NodeMon backend server.js, just like this. You press enter. Server started at port 5000. You refresh, everything works. Now if I make changes here, let's say hello world 2, and I press enter, and I press Ctrl S to save, immediately it restarts due to changes. Then I can come here, refresh, and I'll see hello world 2 immediately, instead of closing my server and starting it afresh. Okay, now as I've created this basic server, let's just clear this test route. We won't be needing it. The next thing we have to do is to connect to our database. So to connect to our database, we are going to use MongoDB. So let's go to the MongoDB site here. We are going to create a new project. What is the name of our project? Let's just call this library. Then go next. The email project owner, just create project. Next thing we're going to do is to create a cluster. So you click on create. We're going to use the free one. So you click on free. If you want to use the paid, you can go ahead and use the paid, but for now, I'm going to use the free. Then for the cluster name, you can leave it as it is. Then just click on create deployment. So you're going to copy this password here. Let's copy it. Then inside here in our root folder, you create a new file called .env. Then you paste it here. Then you keep it here for now. Then you go back here. You create a database user. Then the next we have to do is to choose a connection method. We're going to use the drivers method. Then here we're going to get our connection string. So it is taking time. So let's wait for it to get our connection string. Okay, so now we have our connection string. You just click here, copy it. After I copy it, you go to your MongoDB database. And if you notice, the one we have here came with our password. So we don't need our password here anymore. So you can just come here in our env. Then you say mongo underscore URI is equal to the connection string you copied. Then you save this. Now also let us make our ports to be in our env file, because it can change in production. So let's say ports should be 5000. Let's save this. Let's go to server here. So this port should either come from our env, which will be process.env env.port, or 5000, which means if we cannot get this, it should default to 5000. Now let's check if you can actually get this process.env.port. So let's say console.log port is then comma process.env.port. Let's see if you can get that. Save this. As you can see here, port is undefined. That is because Node.js cannot read our env file unless we have the .env package. So we have to install that. So I will say npm install .env. After installing, I will come here and say import .env from .env, just like this. The next we have to do is to configure our .env. To do that is easy. .env.config, just like this. We will save this, and now let us run our server again. Now every time we have to write node mon blah 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 blah. We don't need that. Instead, we want to be able to say something like npm run dev. So to do that, we'll just come here in our script. Under the test, you can say dev. So what do we want to run anytime we say npm run dev? nodemon backend /server.js. This is what we want to run anytime we say npm run dev. So let's test that out. npm run dev. Server started at port 5000. As you can see here, port is 5000, not longer undefined. So which means we can get our port from our .env file here. So now after getting our connection string, which is this one, you don't want to show this, but me, I will change it after I've uploaded this video. So I'll change it after. Do not show this to anybody. Anything in your .env is private. And to ensure that privacy when pushing to our code, we can take this .gitignore file, put it here in the root folder. Let's close this. Now we have to hide node modules. Okay, it's hidden here. Then we have to hide the .env also. You save this. Yeah, just like this. Git is not initialized in this project yet, but I will do that before we deploy the site. Okay, so the next thing we have to do is to connect to our database using this connection string here. We have to connect to our database using this connection string. In this backend folder, we are going to create another folder called config. In this config folder, we can just create a file, name it db.js. db.js. You press enter. So to connect to our database, we are going to be using Mongoose, which works directly with MongoDB and makes it easy for us to code. So to do that, we'll install Mongoose as well. Terminate your server. Then you say npm install Mongoose. Mongoose has been installed successfully. So in our db.js file here, we'll import Mongoose. Import Mongoose from Mongoose, just like this. Then we're going to export the connect to DB function. Export async function connect to DB. So the next thing is we're going to put this in a try and catch block. In a try statement, we'll just say something like const con will be equals to await mongoose.connect. Then our Mongoose, our MongoDB URI, that's what we're going to use to connect to our database. So we'll say what? process.env.mongo URI. Just like this. After connecting, let us display a message to show that yes, we are actually connected. So we can say something like console.log MongoDB connected. Then we'll show our connection string con.connection.host. our connection host rather. So if there's an error, that is why you put in a try and catch. So if there's an error, you can just say something like console.log error connecting to DB. They will show our error.message. Then after that, we do not want to proceed any further, so we can just say something like process.exit 1. This is how you can exit a code if anything happens. So the next we have to do is to call this connect to DB function to actually connect to our database. And to call this function, we'll go back to our server here. Then in this app.listen, this is where we're going to connect to our database. So we'll say, let's make this an async function. Then we'll say await connect to DB. Now let's check. Let's save this. Let's go on our server again. npm run dev. It crashed. Now, why this happened is because there is nothing like config/db. It is /db.js. So let's save it again and let's see if anything happened. Starting node. Port is 5000. Let's see. Worked. MongoDB connected. This is our connection host, and server started at port 5000, which means we have connected to our database successfully. The next thing we will do is to work on the Signup API, which is why we have been doing all this to connect to our database since and all that. So for the sign up, let me make a function. Let me make a comment here. Sign up. So for the sign up is going to be a post request because we are sending data to our server. That is why it is going to be a post request. If we are getting data from the server, we are going to use the get request. But since we are posting data, that's why we are going to be using the post request. So app.post, then the link. So I will say /API/signup. You can call this anything you want, but this is what I prefer. Then an async request what's happening? Sorry. Request and response. Then if you go to your code here, if you go to your code here, we're expecting 4 things: username, email, password, and confirm password. But now we do not need this confirm password. What we need is the finalized password. So that means we are actually expecting 3 things: username, email, and password. So we are going to get this from the body. So here we'll say const, let's destructure it, username, email, and password will be gotten from the body, that is the request.body. Just like this. The next thing we'll do is to check if all the fields are passed into the body. So we'll put this in the try and catch block. Then now in the try statement, we'll say if no username or no email or no password, what are we going to do? We're going to throw a new error. Throw new error. All fields are required. Just like this. Now, in case we pass this check, we're going to do what again? We're going to check if the email exists. So we'll say something like const email exists. They are going to do what? Get it from our user. But now we do not have a user schema yet. So let us go and create that. Let's put this in the comment first. then we'll go and create our user schema. So in this backend folder, you create another folder called model, or models rather, because we're going to have like 2 model inside models. In this model, we're going to create a file, user.model.js, just like this. Now we're going to create our schema to tell MongoDB that this is the kind of data we are going to accept. So of course, we're going to import Mongoose because we're using Mongoose to interact with MongoDB. Import Mongoose from Mongoose. Then we're going to say const user schema. User schema will be equals to Mongoose. Let's say new Mongoose dot schema. Then we're going to require the username, which is a type of string, and of course it is required true, just like this. Then we're going to copy this and do for the next 3, email and what, password. Yeah, now under this we're going to create our user model. So we'll say const user will be what, will be equals to mongoose dot models dot user, or mongoose dot model, then you pass in the user here, user, then our user schema which you created, user schema, like this. Then you save this. The next thing we have to do is to export this to our user, because like this we can't use it in another file. So we export default user, like this. After exporting this user, we can go back to our server.js here, then continue building our site. So we're going to check if the email exists by saying await user from our user schema. User, make sure you import that .model.js, make sure it has that JS here. Yeah. User.find one, because we're looking for only one. Now you pass in the email just like this. Then so if email exists, what are we going to do if email exists? We are going to return a response back to the user. So we'll give this a status of 400, which is error.json. We pass the message back to the user. Message user already exists. So if there's already an email in our database, which means the user already exists, so they should log in already. User already exists. Now if we pass this, we can also check for the username. So if your site needs more than one username, that means different users can have the same username, then you can skip this part. But for me, I prefer my app, each user to have their username. So we can just say const username exists. Username exists. I'll do the same thing. Await user dot find one username. Then I'll do the same thing. I can just copy this as well. Ctrl C, paste it here. Now it won't be if email exists. Instead, it will be what? If username exists. Then I can come here and change the error message, which will be let's say username is taken. Try another name. Just like this. Then the next thing we have to do, we cannot just store our password as a normal string, because if hackers get into our database, it will be very easy for them to manipulate our system. So that is why we are going to hash the password, which means that if a user enters a password 123456, let me put this in a comment. If user enters a password 123456, instead of storing it as 123456 in our database, you can just turn it to a random string, which any hacker and even the owner of the website does not even know what it means. So in order to get the main password back, we can compare the strings together to get the main password back. But this is what we want to do. We want to hash our password. So let's say hash the password. To hash the password, we are going to need a package called bcrypt.js. So we have to install this, terminate this stuff here, cls, npm install bcrypt.js. After installing bcrypt.js, we have to install it. So we'll say we have to import it rather. Import bcrypt.js from bcrypt.js, just like this. So to hash the password, we'll say const hashed password will be equals to what? Await bcrypt.js dot hash. Then our main password, which we got from the body, this one here, our main password. So this is what we want to hash. So dot hash our password, then our salt. Let's just put 10. The next we have to do is to create our user, which is like we have to save the user to our database. So we'll say user. Okay, let's say const. Let's save this in a variable which we can pass back to the user. Const user document will be equals to await user from our model user dot create. We are creating a new user, username, email. Then now this is our password. We are not going to store it just like this. We are going to say this password will be equals to our hashed password, just like this. Now the next thing, after signing up, we have to implement JWT, which means we want to save our token. After signing up, we don't want to go back then log in. We want to save our token immediately we sign up. So here we're going to implement JWT. Okay, so let's just go back. Let us return a response already. We're going to go back to JWT, but for now, let us return a response of status 200, which means it went successfully. Status of 200, then JSON. Our user will be what? User document. Then we're going to give this a message of user created successfully. Now, if there's any error, we are going to catch the error by saying response.status 400 error dot JSON. Then the message will just be error dot message, just like this. So now we have to implement JWT, which is going to store our user sessions and store our token in our cookie. So to do that, we have to install JSON web token, that is JWT, npm install JSON web token. After installing JWT, we are going to import it here. So import JWT from JSON web token, just like this. Next, we'll scroll down to where we have that comment JWT. Then we are going to say if there is a user, if user document if there's a user, we're going to create our token. So we say const token will be equals to jwt.sign. We're going to sign the ID. ID will be what? User document dot ID. Then we're going to pass in our JWT secret, but we don't have that yet. So let's create the secret. So we'll just go to our env here. Then under this port, we can say JWT secret will be equals to anything you want, any secret of your choice. You save this. You go back to your server.js. Then you say what? process.env.jwt underscore secret. Just like this. Now the final thing we're going to add here is our options. So I can say expires in 7 days. It should expire, our token should expire in 7 days. The next thing we'll do is to store this our token in our cookie. So we can say response.cookie. Then the name of our cookie, which is going to be token. Then the actual token. And then we have options. Now these options, we can just say HTTP only. This will be true. Then secure. That is, it should only be HTTPS when we are in the production. So it should be secure only when process.env.node.env is equals to production. Then after this, we'll say same site. Why are we writing same site? Is to prevent XSS attack. So same site will be strict. Then the maximum age should be 7 days. So 7 times 24 times 60 times 60 times 1000. Just like this. Just like this, we are done with JWT. So simple. The next thing we'll do is to call this API in our front end. Okay, so to use this API in our front end, we're going to be using two things. Zoostand, which is going to store our state, and then we're going to use Axios to fetch our data. So what is Zoostand? Yeah, Zoostand is a state management library that we can use. It is very easy to use. What you just have to do is to create your store. After creating your store, you just come to your component and use it. Very, very easy. So to install it, we just have to say in our front end. So we have to go to our front end, cd front end npm install Zoostand. Then also we can install Axios from there. Axios is what we use to call our API. We can also use the fetch API, but I prefer using Axios. It's based on choice and it's easy for me. So that's why I prefer using Axios. So after installing, we'll have to go to our front end. Let's close the backend. In our front end, not in the source folder. Okay, in the source folder, let's create a store. Then in this store, we'll create a new file and we can call this auth store. This is where we're going to put all our authentication store, all our authentication functions.js like this. Now we're going to import create from Zoostand. So import create from Zoostand. Just like this. The next we're going to do is to export our use auth store, just like a hook. So we'll say export const use auth store will be equals to create set just like this. So the next thing we'll do is to create our initial states. So for our initial state, first of all, our user will be what? Null. We don't have a user. That is the initial state. Then it's loading. Its loading will be false. Then error will be null. Then message will also be null. Then we can have fetching user, which we are going to use later. Fetching user will be true, because we want to be fetching the user at all times. After the initial state, the next thing we'll work on is our functions. So we can just say functions. Then we are going to create our first function, which is going to be sign up. Our sign up function. This is going to be an async function, because we are going to be working with the API here. When working with API or databases, you use the async function because you are going to wait a while before actually getting your data. So we're going to get the username, email, and password, which we are going to pass into our API body. So here should be email. Yeah. So the first thing we'll do is to set our states. So we'll set the loading state to be true. Set is loading to be true, because once we call the function, immediately it will start loading. Then we'll set the message to be null, just like this. After setting our states, we are going to create a try and catch block. Now in the try statement, we are going to get our response from our API. So we can say something like const response will be equals to await. Then we're going to get Axios. This is how you call Axios. Let's import Axios, the one we installed. Import Axios from Axios, just like this. So we'll say const response equals to await Axios dot post, because we are posting the data, we're sending the data to our API. Then we're going to use what is our API link. So let's go back to our backend to check what we call our API URL /API/signup. So we come back to front end. You put in the URL, which is http ://localhost remember the port of the backend is at 5000 /API/signup. Now each time if you like notice something here, this part is going to be consistent throughout our application. So we can just cut it, then come here and say const API URL will be equals to this. Then we can use this API URL, convert this to a template literal like this. Then we can say $API underscore URL /signup, just like this. So the next thing we have to do is to pass in our body. So you pass in the body your username, your email, and your password, just like this. Now after getting the response, we are going to set our user. The first at initial, our user is null. So after getting our response from our database, we're going to set the user to the response.data.user. So we'll say set user to be equals to what? Our response.data.user. Remember, we passed this user. Let me show you from our backend server.js when we are sending the response. So remember, when we send the response, we respond with user to be equals to our user document, which we created, which is user.create. This is our user document. We passed it here as user. User is equal to the user document, which is why we are getting it from the backend, the response.data.user. If we had called that user doc, we'll come here and say user doc. So that is why it is user. The next thing to do, that means we have gotten our data finished. We're going to set its loading back to false. Just like this. the final thing we will do is to catch the error. So we say set is loading. Its loading will be false. If there's an error, of course it should be false. Then the error, our error will be what? Error dot response dot data dot message. Or if we can't get that error dot data dot message, we are going to say error signing up. Remember how we got this response dot data dot message? You can come back to server and check it out. This is the message here. For the user, for the message, So any text you put here, that's what you're going to get back as a response. So response dot data dot message error signing up. Then we'll throw the error. Come under here, then throw error. Just like this. Now we've gotten our sign up function, which you can use in our sign up page. So let's go to our sign up page. Pages, sign up page. So the first thing we'll do, remember we are sending the body to our database, so which means we have to get our body. So we're going to create states which we're going to use to get in our body from the front end. So we can say something like const. The first thing we're getting is username. So we'll say username set username to be equals to what? Use state from React, which will be empty at first. Then after that, we're going to work on the, let's copy this, email, password, and confirm password. So we'll change this to email, set email. Then we'll come here, change it to password, then set password. Then we'll come here to confirm password, then set confirm password, just like this. Then we'll have to come into the input and use that. So we'll say for this one and for this username, we'll come here and say the value should be equals to what? The username state which we just created, username. Then when it changes on change, we should set the value. We'll say e, like this. Set username should be e dot target dot value, just like this. Then we'll do the same thing. Let's copy this. We'll do the same thing for the rest of the inputs. Copy this. For the email, you come here and say value. The value should be email. Then on change, set email. Then for the password, the same thing. Come here, value, password, set password. Then for the confirm password, you will come here, paste it. Value should be confirm password, set confirm password, just like this. Then you can give this sign up, this button here, a type of submit. Then let us check if we're actually getting our username. Then we can come here and say and create a handle submit function. So we'll say const handle, let's say handle sign up. It will get an event here. Then normally we'll just prevent the default so that it will not refresh each time we submit a function. Prevent default. e.prevent default. Then we can just say console.log to check if we're getting our 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 field. So say username should be username, email should be email, password should be password, confirm password should be confirm password, just like this. Then in our form we can copy this. In our form here we can say what? On submit, paste in the handle sign up there, just like this. You save this and let's run our front end npm run dev. Okay, so let's go to inspect in the console. So for the username, let me say John, email john at gmail.com, password 123456, confirm password 123456, and I press sign up. As you can see it here, as you can see, let me show you. We've gotten our username John, email, password, and confirm password. So these three, email, username, email, and password, is what we're going to send back to our database as the body. So to send that in back to our database to actually sign us up, we are going to call our function from the use auth store which we created for with substant. We're going to call this function in that handle sign up. So we'll go back to the sign up page. Now we'll say const, we'll destructure all what we need. So const the sign up function, sign up. Okay, let's just say const empty this thing is equals to use auth store from the substant store, just like this. So what are we going to be needing? We're going to be needing our sign up, our loading state, and our error state. So we'll say sign up. This is the sign up function, is loading, and then our error states, just like this. Then the next thing, we do not need this anymore. We have tested it and it worked perfectly. The next thing we'll do is to put this in a try and catch block. Then in the try statement, we'll say what? If password, that is why we have the confirm password, to check if the password does not match or not. So we'll say if password is not equals to our confirm password, then they need to go back and rewrite their password. So here we'll send them a toast notification, and then we'll return to make sure nothing happens next. So to send this toast notification, we're going to be needing React hot toast. So let's close our terminal. Let's close our terminal, and then we'll say npm install react-hot-toast. After installing react-hot-toast, we are going to go to our app.jsx, and then we're going to use the toaster. Yeah, before the navbar, we'll just post the toaster. Of course, we don't get that immediately, so we have to import it. Import toaster from react-hot-toast, just like this. Now we have added the toaster to our full main component. So we'll go back to our sign up page. Then this toast notification will come here, we'll clean this, and then we can say toast from react.hot-toast error. They will give this a message: passwords must match. Give this in 1W. Password must match, just like this. and then we'll continue. So if the password matches, we'll go and then we're going to sign up the user. So I'm going to say await sign up. Of course, we don't have an async function, so we'll come back here. Handle sign up should be an async function because we're working with database. So await sign up, then username, email, and password, just like this. And then we have to go back to the home page after signing up. So to do that, we're going to be using navigate. So say const navigate will be equals to what? Use navigate from React router. Use navigate from React router. Then we'll come here under this await. After signing up, we'll come here and say what? Navigate to the home page. So if there's any error, we'll just console.log the error. So console.log error, just like this. Now we haven't used the is loading state and the error state yet. So let's go back. Let's go down and use the error state. Now before the button, where is the button? Okay, this is the button. Before the button, under this div, we're going to create a conditional statement. So if there's an error, it should show only when there's an error. So if there's an error and you put a p tag here, then we'll show the error. It should show only if there's an error. So you can give this p tag a class name of text -red -500, just like this. Then for the loading states, you can come here and say what it should be disabled anytime it is loading to avoid multiple submissions. So disabled is loading. Then also we can change this text by saying if it is loading, this is a ternary operation. If it is loading, we can show please wait. Then else, if it is not loading, we'll show sign up, just like this. So let's test this out. Let's see if we can actually sign up. Let's test this out. So our front end, we need to keep our front end and back end running together. That is why it is a full stack application. So we'll go back cd.cls. Let's increase this. Then we'll divide our terminal for our backend, which is this one. We're going to say npm run dev to run it at localhost 5000. Then from the front end, we're going to say cd front end, then npm run dev, which is going to run this at localhost 5173. Okay, this one is still loading. Port is 5000. Doesn't load to finish. Okay, so let us go to our sign up page here. Let's refresh. Let's see if we'll get any error. So username, let us say John. Email john@gmail.com. Password 123456. Confirm password. Okay, now let us put a wrong confirm password to check our toast notification. Let's say 123. Sign up. You can see this notification, password must match. So let us put the correct one, 123456. So let's sign up. You can see please wait. Let's see, we got an error. Connection refused. So let's check what the problem is. Okay, so one thing about me is that I show all my problems that I face while coding. I don't solve a problem without you seeing the problem. So you can see this now. Error connect to DB, could not connect to any server, blah blah blah. So what we have to do, we have to go to MongoDB, then we'll allow access to anywhere. So we'll go to here in our network access. Okay, so in network access, we're going to come here and say what? Add IP address. So you click on this, then you say allow access from anywhere. Then you press on confirm. Now you wait so that it will be active. Wait a while. Now, so let us come back here. Let's close it. CLS. Then let's run it again. npm run dev. Port is 5000. MongoDB connected. So let us check now. Let's try again. You refresh this. John at gmail.com. Password 123456. Confirm password 123456. Then you click on sign up. Now there is type error. Okay, so this has been blocked by cause. To check this now, to get rid of this error, of course, we are going to get this error because we are using two different local hosts. So as you can see, this one here, this one is at localhost 5173. Then our backend is at localhost 5000. That is why we are getting the cause error. So to bypass this error, we are going to be needing cause. So let's close this. We'll close this and say Control C, Y. Then we'll install cause, npm install cause in our root folder because we're going to work with it in our backend. Install cause. After installing it, we're going to go to our server here. Then we're going to import cause. Let me close this a little bit. We're going to import cause. So say import cause from cause. Just like this. And then we'll go to our middleware, which is this app.use JSON stuff. Then on top it, you can just say app.use. This is called middleware. So let me just like write it here. Middlewares app.use. We're going to be using cause. Then we're going to pass in our origin. That is where we are getting our that is where our client URL is. Our origin. Where is our origin? This is our origin, localhost 5173. So we'll copy this. Then we'll say what? We'll paste it here. http:// localhost 5173. Just like this. And then let us try it again. npm run dev. Let us refresh. Connected. Okay, let's refresh. Let's log in again. Let's sign up again, rather. John at gmail.com. Password 123456. 123456. You sign up. Please wait. And immediately we are directed to the home page, which means we're actually signed up. So let's check our database now. We'll go back to our clusters. Then we'll go to browse collections. Immediately you can see here users. So let's check if we actually got our user. So we have the user ID, the username John, the user email john at gmail.com. But as you can see, I wrote 123456, but look at what was stored in our database. This is a random string. As you can look at, this is the power of hashing. So now if you're an attacker, you come here and you see the email and password like this, you cannot know what this password is. You can never know that this password means 123456. You can never know. So that is why we hashed the password. Okay, so remember that in our server here we did JWT. So let us check if we got the token in our cookies. So we'll go to Vite here. Here we'll go to application, cookies. There's a token here, but I'm not sure. I think this is from a previous one. So let me delete this. Let me delete this token. Let me try signing up again. John. Let me check if I'll get an error for using the same email and using the same username. So I'll say John at gmail.com. I already have that saved in my database. I'm not meant to be able to sign up again. Let's check 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's check sign up. As you can see, we got this error. User already exists. So let's change this to John Doe at gmail.com. So sign up. We signed up immediately. And if you check, we did not get any token, which means we are not getting any token. So to get that token now, we'll first go to this course now. This course first. Then we're going to say we're going to be passing credentials as well. So we'll say credentials will be what? True. This is the first thing we'll do. Then we'll go to our auth store here. We'll go to our auth store. Then on top of our functions, on top of this, we're going to say what? Under this API URL, we'll say axios.defaults.with credentials will be equals to true, so that we can pass in our token as well. So you save this. Then now let us try signing up another user. Let's say this is Jane, email Jane at gmail.com, password 12345, sorry, 123456, 123456. Then you sign up. As you can see, immediately we've gotten this token. So which means we will be able to sign up and our token saved in the database. The next one we'll work on is logging in. We have to log in. So to work on this login now, we'll go to our server.js, and create our login API. So under this sign up, let us close this sign up here. We're going to create another API route. We'll call this app.post. The URL will be /API/login. Then just like we did for the sign up, async, request, response. Just like this. And then now if you go to your browser here, you will see that we are having only two things, your email and the password. So that's what we're going to be getting from the body. So we'll say const email, password will be equals to what? Request.body. Just like this. Then we'll create a try and catch block. Then in the try statement, we'll say const user document will be equals to await user. So we want to find the user based on the email. So user.find one. We did it before in the sign up route. So we'll find by the email to know if we actually exist. So if there is no user, if no user doc, we'll just return a response.status of 400.json with a message of invalid credentials. Just like this. Now, if the user exists, we are going to check if the password is valid or not. So to check if the password is valid or not, we are going to be using bcrypt to compare the hashed password. Remember, our password is not a normal string. Our password is hashed. So we have to use bcrypt to compare if the password is valid or not. So we say const is password valid. Is password valid? Then we'll say it's equals to await bcrypt.js compare sync. Then our password from the body, which the user will pass to us, then we're going to compare it with the one saved in our database, userdoc.password. Just like this. So if this password now, if the password is not valid, so we'll say if no is password valid. If it is false, that means they gave us the wrong password. That means the user gave us the wrong password, and we're going to tell them that what they gave us is incorrect. So we'll say response.status 400.json. We are not going to tell them that the password is incorrect. We are going to give them a message of invalid credentials so that they won't keep trying and trying. So invalid credentials, just like this. So if the password is valid and the user exists, now the next we are going to do is to perform JWT. We are going to store the token in the user. So we can go back to our Signup API here. Then this JWT, we can copy this, copy it. Let's even copy to the ending. You can copy it. We'll go down here under the JWT. We paste it here. Then we can say if user doc. Let's see if we're changing anything. If user doc const token jwt.sign, the ID should be user document.id. Then your secret expires in 7 days. Then you save it in the cookie token, your normal token, then your options. Then the next thing we'll do is to say return response. But now the message, that's what we're going to change. We're going to say what? Logged in successfully. Logged in successfully. Just like this. And then if there's any error, you can just copy the error instead of writing it afresh. So just copy the error. If there's any error, we'll just return response.status of 400 message. Error will be error.message, just like this. Now we are done with the login function. We can close this. Also close the sign up. And then the next thing we have to do is to use this function. In our front end. So to do that, of course, we'll go to our store. Remember, we created this sign up function. We can close this sign up function. Then we'll come here under the sign up function. We create another login function. Login async. We are not going to be expecting 3 things like this one. We are going to be only expecting 2, which is the email and password. Just like this. And then we'll set the states. We'll set the initial state. Set is loading. This loading will be true. This loading will be true. And then the message will be null and the error will be null. So say message null, error will be null. Then after setting our initial state, after setting the states, not initial states, after setting the states, we're going to put this in a try and catch block, just like we did for the sign up. Then in the try statement, we're going to get our response. Const response will be equals to await axios.post. Then our API URL. API. This was why I had to make it a variable so that we can call this at any time instead of writing the full URL from scratch. Then /login, which is what we called our backend, our API route. Then after that, we're going to pass in our body, the email and the password, just like this. Then we'll get, now we need to pass in, we need to get our user and our message from the response.data. So let's just extract that so we can destructure it, get the user, get the message from response.data, just like this. And then we can set it, we can say set the user. We don't need to say user is equals to user, we can just say user. Then it's loading. Its loading will be what? False, because we are done fetching. And then we'll pass in the message. Then we'll return user and message, because we need this message in our front end. So that's why I'm doing it like this. Then for the error, we can just come here and copy the sign up error. It's the same thing. So we just catch it, catch the error. but instead of error signing up, we'll just say error logging in. Logging in. The next thing we're going to do, we're going to go to our login page to implement the functionality. So the same thing we did for our sign up, we'll create the state const email, set email will be equals to what? Use state from React. Initially it will be an empty string. Then we'll say email and then password. Set password. Set password, initially an empty string. So we'll go to our input here. We'll go to our input. Under this one for the email, we'll say a value of email. Then if it changes on change, then we'll get the e. Then we'll say set email to be e.target.value. Then we can copy this and use it in our password as well. Ctrl C. We'll come to our password. You paste it. The value will be what? Password. And then set password. And then the button, of course, will make this a type of submit. Submit. Then on top of this, we'll say we'll create a handle login function. So we'll say const handle login. Let's make this async because we're going to work with the database. E.prevent default, just like we did for the sign up. It's just the same thing. Then try and catch block. In the try statement, we're going to get our message from the login. So we'll say const. We're going to get our message after logging in so that we can use that to display a toast notification. Const message will be equals to what? Await sign up. So let's get our sign up function. So we'll say const not sign up, instead log in. Const log in. Then is loading and error from use auth store, our Zostand store, and then await login. Then you pass in your email and password. Email and password. The next thing to do is to show the success message. So we can say toast from React hot toast dot success then message, just like this. Then after showing the success message, the next thing we'll do is to go back to our home page. So to go back to the home page, remember how we did it? Const navigate will be equals to use navigate from React router. Then we'll come here and say navigate back to the home page. Then if there's any error, just console.log the error. Console.log error, like this. Then on submit, you handle the login. On submit, handle login, just like this. And then we have to use the loading state and error, of course. So we can just go to the sign up page. Sign up page. Then you copy all this. Come to the login page where our button is. You paste it. Now this will not show sign up. Instead, it should show log in, just like this. Then you save it. Then you can come to the login page. Remember, we have a user called let us delete the token so you use what I'm talking about again. You refresh this. No token Yabi, no token. The next thing we'll do is john@gmail.com. Then the password for John is 1234. Let's put a wrong password. Let's say 123 123. Then you click on login. immediately you see invalid credentials and our token, nothing happens. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the correct one. You click on login, logged in successfully, and you can see your token. It appears here immediately. So that means we are logged in now. So the next thing we have to do is to check if there is a user or not, so that we can update our navbar. So if there's a user, it should show log out. Then if there's no user, this should show. But right now we are logged in. Okay, let us check if we can get our user. So in our navbar page, navbar component, let us get our user. So to get the user, we'll say const user. We're going to get the user. Our user is global from the use auth store. Use auth store. Then let us console.log our user. Let's see if we have a user. Console.log user. Let us say user to be equals to user. Let us check. As you can see, our user is null. But if we go to our application here, we have a token, which means we are logged in, but we don't have a user. So how do we do that? That is because we are not fetching our user constantly from the database. So to do that, we have to go to our server.js in our backend here. We are going to create an API to get the user. So we'll say, let's put the comment here, fetch user. So this is going to be a get request because we are fetching the user. We are not sending in any data. We are getting the user from the database. So we're going to use app.get instead of app.post. Remember, sending data is app.post. Fetching the data is app.get. So we'll say /API /fetch -user. Just like this. Then of course, async request response. Just like this. Then the next thing we're going to do, we are going to get our token from this cookie. So to know if we are logged in or not, we're going to get this token. So let us say const would destructure the token. Const token will be equals to request.cookies. Just like this. Now we are going to check if there is a token. If no token, then which means we don't have a token. So we'll say return response dot status of 401 dot JSON. You give this a message no token provided. Just like this. Then if there is a token, that is, we pass this check, we'll put it in a try and catch block. In the try statement, we'll decode our token. That is like we are verifying if the token is based on our secret. So we'll just say something like const decoded will be equals to what? JWT dot verify. We are verifying the token. Then our token from the request.cookie. Then we'll pass in our secret, process.env.jwt secret, just like this. Now, if we get a false value, if not decoded, then it means our token is invalid because we are not able to verify it. So we'll return response.status 401 unauthorized .json message invalid token. Just like this. So if we pass this check, if not decoded and if no token, the next thing we'll do, we are going to get our user ID based on this token. So let me show you what I mean. So I'll say const user document will be equals to what? Await user from our model user.find by ID. Find by ID. Then now we are going to pass in our ID based on this token. So we'll say decoded.id. How did I get decoded.id? So now let me show you. When logging in, remember in JWT section here, we said if user, our token is what? .sign the ID. This is the ID now, is equals to the user document dot id, which is this one. Let me show you. User document dot id, which is this id here. So we assigned this id here to our JWT decoded. So this ID here is assigned to the user document.id. So that is why we are able to get it here, decoded.id. So the next thing now, when getting the user document, we do not want the password involved. So we can just say .select minus the password, which means get everything minus the password field. So if we have gotten this, we cannot say if we did not get any user document. That means if no user document, user doc. So if it does not match any user, if the ID does not match any user in our database, we can just come here and say return response.status, status of 400. Let's just 400 .json. Give this a message, user not found, just like this. Now if there is a user, we'll just return the user. We'll just say like response dot status of 200 dot json. Then you pass in the user. User should be what? The user document, just like this. Now if there's any error, you just say response dot status of 400 dot json. The message should be error dot message, just like this. Now that I've gotten our fetch API, the next thing to do is to go to our front end in our store to fetch the user. So this is our login. We can close this. Then under this login, we'll create another function called fetch user. Then this fetch user will be an async function as well. Async. We are not passing anything because we don't need anything from the front end. We're not getting anything from the front end. We just want to get the user from our database. So first of all, we'll set. Now we're not setting is loading. We are going to be setting fetching user. Remember, we had this initial state called fetching user, which is true from beginning, because of course we are going to be fetching the user at every time. So we'll say fetching user, it will still be true. Then error, the error will be null, just like this. The next thing is to create the try and catch block like we always do. Then the try statement will say const response will be equals to await axios dot get, not post, dot get. Then our API URL, API underscore URL, then slash fetch dash user, just like this. After getting the response, the next thing we'll do is to set the user to the response or data. So we'll say set user should be equals to what? Response dot data dot user, just like this. Then immediately fetching user will be equals to false. Fetching user will be false because we are done fetching the user. Then if there's any error, we can just come here and catch the error. Just come here, catch the error. Now we're not going to be using is loading, we're going to be using fetching user. Now the error is going to be null because we don't want anything popping up. The error is going to be null and the user is going to be null as well, just like this. So now let us check this out. So to check this out, we need to fetch the user in our main component, which comprises of all the other pages. So we can come here and say const, we'll get the fetch user and fetching user. So we'll say fetch user, which we are going to use to fetch the user, then fetching user for the loading state, fetching user, all gotten from use auth store. So how can we fetch the user? We are going to be using use effect from React. In this use effect, we're just going to say fetch user, just like this. Then we're going to pass fetch user as a dependency. Fetch user as a dependency, just like this. Then we're going to pass in the loading state. So if fetching user return p, a p tag, then we can just say loading, just like this. So let us check. Then in our navbar, we have our user here. So let us check if we can actually get the user. Okay, so now let us refresh. You can see that loading state, and immediately we got an error. So let us check what the error is in our database here. Okay, let's see. Cannot the structure property token of request.cookies as it is undefined. Of course, it will be undefined because we cannot, Node.js cannot pass our cookie. So in order for us to pass the cookie, let us close this. We have to close this. We have to install cookie passer. So npm install cookie dash passer. Just like this, you install this. After installing this, you go back to your server.js here. Then at the top of your file, you import cookie passer, import cookie dash passer. Oh, sorry, cookie passer from cookie dash passer, just like this. So you're going to use this middleware now. Where is my middleware? Yeah, under here, app.use cookie passer, just like this. Now let us check again. npm run dev. Let us refresh. You can see the loading state, and we have gotten our user. This is our user here, our email, our username, and our ID minus the password. Because of that thing we did here, we said get all the user, but select it minus the password. So now we can use this user state in this navbar to create a dynamic layout. So if there is a user, we are going to show logout, and if there is no user, we are going to put it as it is now. So let us do this again. So at first, we should not be able to access this adbook page if we are not signed in. But let me write this well. So I will say wrap this in curly braces. If there is a user, or let me say if there is no user, since I already have, okay, no. If there's a user, let me show a div. If there's a user, else show this. So if there's a user, I should show adbook. That is this one. Let me take this, their class name, Ctrl C, paste it here. So if there's a user, adbook here, adbook, and then I'm going to put a p tag here, logout, then the username, So how can I get the username? It will be user.username. So let me say logout user.username, just like this. So let us check. As you can see, adbook, then logout John. But now let me style the adbook a little bit. Let me give a space here. The adbook should have the styling of this sign up. So I can copy this class name here, Ctrl C, come here, and then paste it. Yeah, it looks better. Now, in this, when we are logged out, we shouldn't be able to see. Or let me work on the logout functionality first, so that I'll show what I mean. So to log out on the logout functionality, to work on it, we'll go to server.js here. So how will it work? How will logout work? To log out, it is very simple. Very, very simple. What we are just going to do is to clear out the user. We are just going to clear out the token. So let me show you. It is very easy to do. I will just say app.post. We are posting, of course. App.post. Put in my URL API slash logout. Logout. Then async, of course, async request response. Then now what I will just say is response dot clear cookie. Then the name of the cookie. What is the name of our cookie token? So this is what I want to clear. And clearing the cookie will make us logged out. So I'll just say response dot status of 200 dot JSON. Give this a message. Logged out successfully. Just like this. The next we have to do is to go to our auth store to implement this logout API. So under the fetch user, we are going to create another function called logout. So I'll come here and say logout async function. We are not getting anything. And then we can just come here and say set loading. Set is loading. Its loading will be true. Then error will be null. Then the message also, the message will be null. I'm clearing out all the previous states. The message will be null. The next we are going to do is to put this in a try and catch block. Try, catch block. In the try statement, we are going to get the response. Cause response will be equals to what? Await axios dot post template literal our API URL slash what? Logout. Just like this. So the next I'm going to do, I'm going to extract the message from this response. So const message will be equals to response dot data. Just like this. And I'm going to set my message to be message, and then its loading will be false because I'm done. Its loading will be false. Then since I'm logging out, I will clear out my user. My user will be null, and then the error will be null. Just like this. Finally, I'm going to return the message. Return message. Then I'm going to catch the error. So I can just copy this catch error from login, or I can just copy this catch error, come here and paste it. Now we should not show the error signing up. Instead, it will say error logging out, just like this. So let us check this out in our Navbar page. We are going to go to our Navbar now. Navbar component. Then let me reduce this. We are going to create a function handle logout. So I can just come under this console.log and say const handle logout. It's going to be an async function, and then like this. Now just from this use auth store, I'm going to bring the logout function, the structure is, and I can just come here and say await logout. But now I need my message, so I'm going to get the message. I will just come here and say const message will be equals to await logout, and then I can bring out a toast notification to show the user that yes, they have logged out successfully. Toast.success, then my message, just like this. Then when I click on the logout button, it should log me out. So I'll just come here and say on click handle logout, just like this. On click handle logout. So let me check if this will work. So okay, it should clear out my token. So I should go to my application here. When I click the logout button, this token should be cleared, and I will see a toast notification. So I click this, immediately cleared, logged out successfully, and now my navbar changed and I have my login and sign up. But now I shouldn't be able to add a book when I'm not logged in. But now if I click on this add book, I'm in the add page, but I'm not logged in. So let us work on that. This add book page right now here, it shouldn't redirect to the add book page. Instead, it should redirect to the login page. Only this one, when we logged in, should redirect to the add book page. So let's do that again. It should take us to the login page. Yeah, perfect. So now we can log in. Email john at gmail.com, password 123456, login. Logged in successfully, redirected to the home page. My token appeared back, and now I can add a book. Perfect. Now let us see something. If I go to this this page, this is my route here, and I click and I redirect myself to log in, I am still seeing the page. But since I am logged in, I am not meant to see the login page anymore or the sign up page anymore, because I am logged in. Sign up. I am not meant to see the page anymore since I am logged in and since the token is here. So that's what we're going to work on next. I'm going to redirect any logged in user back to the home page if they try to access the login page or the sign up page. Okay, so to redirect authentication users, we have to, in our source folder, we're going to create a new, let me close all of them. In our source folder, we'll create a new folder called providers. Then in this providers folder now, in this providers folder, we are going to create a new file, not in the component. In this provider folder, we're going to create a new file. We're going to name this redirect authenticated users.jsx. Then you can bring the functional component. Now, what we are going to do now is that we are going to get the children. This is going to be like a component that we'll use to wrap. This is a component we're going to use to wrap another component. So we can get the children just like this. Then we'll come here and say we're going to get our user from use auth store. So const user is equals to use auth store, our Redux, our Zustand store. So we are going to use a use effect. So we'll say use effect. If there is a user, we are going to redirect to the home page. So to redirect, we are going to be using the navigate, of course. So const navigate will be equals to use navigate from React router. I will now come here and say navigate. If there is a user, navigate to the home page. Next, we are going to put in our dependency. It is going to depend on both the user and navigate. So if there is a user, go back to the home page. So the next we're going to do is to make sure that nothing shows while redirecting. So I'm going to come here and say if user, return null. If user, return null. This makes sure that when we are redirecting, nothing shows. That is why we are returning null. So if everything goes right, we are just going to return the children. So let me I'm not going to use a div. I will just use a React fragment. So I'll say something like this. Then I'm going to return the children. Just like this. And we are done with this component. ESLint is giving me error, so I'm going to disable React prop type. Yeah, just like this. So with this now, we can go to our app.jsx. And where do we want to redirect authenticated users? In our login page and in our sign up page. So we will wrap this with redirect authenticated users. Come here, pick the login page, cut this, paste it here. Then we'll do the same thing for the sign up page. Redirect authenticated users, cut the sign up page, cut it, then you paste it inside. Now let us check. We are signed in already, which means we should not be able to access the login page. So let's go to /sign up. Okay, let's check the sign up first. It loads for a while, loading. Immediately we went back to the home page. So let's go to the login page, /login. Loading, went back to the sign up page. Now let us log out. We are logged out, so we should not be able to access the add book page. You understand? We should not be able to access the add book page, but let's check add-book. We can access it, add book. It should not be so. So we'll create another provider, which is going to check to redirect users which are not authenticated. So we'll say redirect of unauthenticated users. So we'll create the component redirect unauthenticated users.jsx, just like this. Then we'll get the functional component, clear this React out. Then now, of course, we are going to get the children, just like we did for the other one. Get the children. Then we're going to get the user again. Const user will be equals to, sorry, I meant to destructure this. Const user will be equals to use auth store from React router. Then I'm going to get the navigators as well. Const navigate. Navigate will be equals to use navigate from React router. Just like this. Then just like we did for the other one, we're going to use a use effect, and check if there's a user or not. So if no user, what am I going to do? I'm going to redirect back to the login page /login, just like this. And then I'm going to put the dependency here, user and navigate, just like this. So of course I'm going to do the same thing while it is loading. While no user, if no user, I'm going to return null to make sure nothing shows while redirecting. Then the next thing, I'm going to change this from a div to a React fragment, like this. Then I'm going to pass in the children. The next thing to do is to go here and disable the React prop types for the entire file. This is an ESLint error. So we'll go back to the app.js. In the add book page, I'm going to wrap this in redirect unauthenticated users. Redirect unauthenticated users. Then I'm going to cut this component, paste it here. Now we should not be able to access this page until we are signed in. So if I say I should go to add book, immediately I'm redirected to the login page until I log in before I'm able to access the add book page, john@gmail.com, password 123456, login. Logged in successfully. So if I go to the add book page, that is when I'm able to access the page without redirecting me back to the login page. So with this right now, we are done with the login and sign up functionality. What we're going to do next is to build our home page. Then we're going to learn how to add books to the database, how to update the database, how to delete the database. So yeah, that's what we're going to do next. For the home page, we are going to be needing 3 components. So in the components folder, we are going to create a new file. Name this the hero. This will be for the hero section. Then let's just make the functional component like this. Then after the hero, we are going to create another file for the book lists.jsx array-fce. Then finally, the footer dot JSX AFCE. The next thing to do now is in our home page, we are going to be needing only two, hero and navbar. So you go to pages, home page. Now we're going to clear this out. Then we'll put in the hero section here, import this, and then the book list. We are not going to put our footer in this home page because we want our footer to be consistent throughout all our application. So we'll come to app.jsx. You know, we added the navbar at the top. We're going to add the footer at the bottom of the routes. So we'll come here and say footer. Just like this. And let's check. Okay, let's see what is wrong. Home page, save this. Hero, save this. Footer, save this. Book list, save this. Let's check. Yeah, hero, book list, footer. So let me work on the hero section first. So in the hero section, I'm going to have a div, of course. Then I'm going to have another div, which is going to act as a background overlay. So let me say a div, which acts as a background overlay for a video. So I'm going to come under this div, then create another div. This div will be the one to have the background video. So this will be for background overlay. That is what I'm going to use this div for. Then in this video, we are going to have a source. Now let us get our video. So to get a video, we will go to pixels.com. That's where you can get free images. Then I'll come in and say I want videos. Then I'll come in and say books. Then I can pick any video of my choice. Done. I can come here. Then here I can go to my downloads. This one here, I'm going to pick it, then place it in my assets folder here. Then I can rename this. I'll rename this to what? BG_video. Just like this. Yeah. Then I'll come to my hero section. In this source, I'm going to put source src. Source will be equals to the BG video. So let's import the BG video first. So I'm going to come on top this and say import BG video from /assets/ video.mp4. Then I'll come in and say source will be equals to BG video, just like this. Then we'll give this a type of video /mp4, like this. So let me check if we get the video. Yeah, we got the video, but it is not playing, it's just stagnant. So to make it play, we'll go to this video tag here and say autoplay, video autoplay. Then it should loop, because we want it to, this should be a capital letter P. We want it to be playing continuously, and it should be muted, which means it shouldn't have any sound. So let's check. Let's refresh. You can see it is playing and it will continue playing continuously. So let us style this. So first, in our container div here, we're going to give this a class name. Give it a background color, a dark background color of our usual color 252422, just like this. Then we'll give this a width of full and a height of full. Then we'll make this absolute. Then we'll give this a top of, oh no, sorry, this will be relative. Sorry, I made a mistake. I was writing for the background overlay. This will be relative, rather. They will give us a height of 75 pixels for mobile screens, 75 view height for mobile screens. Then for large screen, it should have a height of 90 view height. 90 view height. Just like this. Then give this a light text #FFF_CF2. Just like this. They give us a padding in the x-axis of 4. Then for medium screen sizes, give it a padding in the x-axis of 12. Then overflow, it should be hidden. Overflow hidden, just like this. Then for the overlay, that is where we'll have the background color there. So we'll say the overlay will be absolute. Class name, give this a dark background, the background of the overlay. That's why I made a mistake. #252422. Then you give this a width of full, a height of full. Then you make this absolute in relative to this other div here. So you make this absolute. Then give it a top of 0, then left of also 0, then an opacity of 80, then a z index of -10, just like this. So let's see what we got. You can see it's looking better. So let us work on the video. So we'll go to this video now. We'll give this video a class name of object cover. It should cover the whole place. Then object center, give it a width of full and a height of full as well. Let's check. This is better, but it is not what I want. I want it to cover the full place. Okay, so let's say we'll come to this div here. This is where the problem is. Give it a class name. We'll give this div a class name of absolute also. Absolute. Then give it an insert of 0. Then give it a z index of -20. Just like this. Let's see. Yeah. Perfect. This is what we want. Something like this. So the next thing is some text. So we're going to have a text. So we'll go under the video div here, this one. Then we'll create another div. This div will have a class name of width of full, and height of full as well. Then it should be flex with a flex direction of column. Then justify center, items center. Everything should be centered. Then you give this a z index of 50 so that it will show no matter what. Z index of 50. Then you put in your h1 text here. h1 should write share your favorite books and discover new ones from readers like you. Just like this. Let us see. It is really small. So let us style this. So we'll say class name, we'll give this a class name, give this a text of 3XL for mobile screens. Then for medium size screen, we're going to give this a text of 4XL. Then for large screen, you should have a text of 6XL, text of 6XL. And then we give this a padding bottom of 8. Then for large screen, you should have a padding bottom of 12. The text should be centered. And then you should have a max width of 5XL and a margin top of -20. Let us see how it looks. Yeah, better. It looks better. The next thing now, we want some color here to change. So we can come here and say share your favorite. We want this favorite to change, so we're going to put this in a span. Pick this favorite, cut it, paste it here in this span. Oh shit. Paste it here. Then you give it a class name of text dash hash EB 5E 28, just like this. Then let's see how it looks. Share your favorite. Then we also want the discover to be like that. So we'll copy this span here, copy, paste it here, pick the discover, come here and paste it and discover. Yeah, so now this looks nice, but I don't like this text. I don't like this font rather. So let us change the font. So the font we will need is EB Garamond. Yeah. We're going to be using EB Garamond from Google. It is used for books. So EB Garamond is used for books. I think I already have it here. Yeah. So I'm just going to get the embedded code, get the import statement, not the link, copy this, come here, go to our index.css. Under before this import tailwind, or under the import tailwind, you can anywhere you want, paste it here, remove the style, then the next thing we'll do is to get the font stuff. Now we'll copy this, we'll paste it here, but this, we don't need this. We're going to say star, which means for everything. We do not need the font weight, of course. So we'll save this, and then let us check our site. Yeah, better. It looks really, really nice. Let me show you. It is bigger. This is how it looks. Really nice. Then after this, we're going to put a search bar here under that. So let us go back to our hero component. Where is it? Yeah, here. Under this h1, we're going to put a form. Then we're going to give it an input. Give this a type of text, and then you can give this a placeholder. Then you can just see, like, example, what they want to search. Let's say purple hibiscus, one of my favorite novel, hibiscus, just like this. And then after the input, you have your button. The button should say what? Search. Just like this. Let us check what we have. Yeah, this is what we have. So let us work on the search bar. So first, in the form, we'll give this form a class name of relative, and then we'll give this a width of full, then a max width of SM small, then for medium screen sizes we'll give this a max width of XL, max width dash XL. Then for larger screen sizes, we'll give it a max width of, let's say 3XL. And then the text should be a normal text dash base. Then For larger screen sizes, we'll give this a text of LG. Let us see what we have. Okay. And then the next, let us tie the input. We'll style the input. We'll give this a class name. Give this a width of full. Give this a padding in the x direction of 3, a padding in the y direction of 1.5. Then we'll give, then for medium screen sizes, we'll give it a padding in the y direction of 2. Then we'll give it a text of, let's say hash 25. Let's give it a dark text because we'll make the background white. 252422. Then the rounded, it should be rounded a little bit, rounded of LG. Then we'll give it a background color of FFF-CF2. Just like this. You save this. Let us see what we got. Yeah, looks nice. Now for the button, we're going to make the button absolute. So we'll say, you'll come here and say the button, give it a class name. First of all, we should make the button a type of submit. Type submit. Then a class name. We'll give this absolute. Then a right of 0. A right of 0. A top of 0. A bottom of 0. Bottom of 0. Then we'll give it a background color. You should have, like, you will see the color hash 40 3D 39. Just like this. Then give it a padding in the x direction of 4. A border. The color of the border should be what? White. Then give it a font of semi-bold. It should be bold a little bit. And then rounded in the right direction of LG. Save this and then let us see what we got. Yeah, looks really, really nice. Looks really, really, really nice. Okay, I'm getting a warning here. At import must precede all other statements. So I don't know why it's giving me that. They are both at import, so how will I do that? Let me put it on top of this. Save this. Okay, better. So now we are done with our hero section. The next thing we're going to work on now is this book list here. We are going to work on this book list. So this button is not looking nice. Let me remove that font of semi-bold. Let's go back to our hero section here. It shouldn't have this font of semi-bold. Let me remove this. Yeah, looking better. So for the book list is just going to have, let me just, okay, book list here. For that, let me create a dummy book. So I'll say const books will be equals to, give it an array of 6 different stuff. 1 2 3 4 5 4 5 6. What is it? What's the problem? Const book equals to, yeah. And then now in this div, let me say I'll give this an h1 of readers favorites. Readers, I'm getting okay, ESLint error, so I'll give this a and right side quotation ROS quo readers favorites. Let's check this out. Look, it's really, really small. Let us style that. we'll come to this h1 here, or let's tie the div first. We'll give this a class name, give this a text of #252422, and then give it a background of let's say hash f5 f5 f5. Give it like a whitish grayish color. Then padding in the x direction of 4 for medium screen, padding in the x direction of 12. Then give it a padding bottom of 20. Just like this. Let's check that out. Yeah. Then for the h1 tag here, you give this a class name. Give this a padding in the y direction of 6. Padding in the y direction of 6. Then you give this a text. It should be extra large for mobile screen. Then for medium screen sizes, it should be 2XL. Then for larger screen sizes, we'll give this a text of 3XL. Then it should have a full width dash full, and then MX auto to stay at the middle, automatic margin, then a max width of 6XL. Let us check that out. Yeah, reader's favorite. The next thing we're going to do is to have under this h1 tag, we're going to have a div which we're going to use to render all our books. So we can come here and say books.map. Remember, we created a dummy 6th book here. It doesn't have anything, so we can just say book.map book index. They can come here and say it should be a link, of course. It should go to this link. We go to, for now, let's just say give this a key, give this a key of index, and then it should link to, for now, let us just link to /book /123 123. When we get our books from the database, we're going to change this to the book ID. Okay, the next thing we do, we're going to have a div here, a div. Then this div, we have a class name, cursor dash pointer. Then inside this div, we'll have another div which is going to house our image, but for now we don't have any image we'll put inside, so we'll leave that blank for now. Then under this image div, under this div here, we'll have another div. This div, we have a h2 for the title. We don't have the title here, so we'll just call it the nice book. And then we'll have a p tag for the author. Then we can just call the author to be John Doe. Let's save this and let's check what we have. You can see we got the nice book John Doe 6 times. So let us style all of this. First, in our container div here, which we have all this, we are going to make this flex. So we'll give it a class name of flex. Let's see. Yeah, a class name of flex. Then it should wrap when it is above the screen size. Then justify center. Then you give this a gap of 5. And then for larger screen sizes, it will have a gap of 8. Gap of 8. Then a max width of 6XL. And a margin in the x direction of auto, which is going to center it. Let us see. Yeah, better. Then now inside the link, inside here, we are going to give it a class name of block. Class name of block. Then under this div right now, here where we have the cursor of pointer, we'll give this a width of 36. Then for medium screen sizes, it should have a width of 40. And for extra large screen size, we'll have a width of 44. and it should have a shadow. Let's give it a shadow, or a small shadow, shadow SM. Then if we hover around it, it should have a larger shadow, shadow of MD, and it should be rounded at in the bottom, rounded bottom of MD, just like this. Let us check what we've got. Yeah, looking better, looking better. Then this div for the image, we don't have the image for now, so let's just give it a class name. We'll give the class name here. We'll give this a height of 48. Then for medium screen sizes, you give this a height of 52. Then for extra large screen sizes, we'll give this a height of, let's say, 60. Then you give this a background color of gray 900. We don't have the image yet, but yeah, something like this. This is where we're going to put our image, but for now we'll leave it blank since we don't have our image. Then under this image div now, we are going to give this other div here, give it a class name, a padding of 2 to have that space around the text. Yeah, the space around the text. Then for the h2 tag here, we'll give this a class name, margin bottom of 2. Then it should be bold a little bit, semi bold. Then it should be a normal text, but for medium screen sizes and above, it should have a larger text. Then for the author name, we'll make this text I think small. It should be small. For mobile screen sizes, text SM. Then for medium screen sizes and above, it should have a normal text dash base. So let's check it out. Yeah, this is really nice. So with this, we are done with the book list. When we have a book, we are going to display all the book images. The next thing we're going to do is our footer. Is our footer here. So we'll go to the footer component here. Then footer is just a simple thing we'll do. Okay, so first we'll have a h3, which is going to say like designed and developed by. Then you just put a link from React Router, a link to, let's say the person who designed this is John Doe. It is me, but just for you, you put your name here, and then you can put a tool to, let's say, your link, any of your link. Just put your link there. Then you save this, designed and developed by this. The next thing now, let us style this. That is pretty much what we'll have here. So let us style this in our div here. We'll give this a class name. Our div, we'll give this a class name, a text of 2524. Normally how we do it, 252422. Then a background, give it a background color of F5 F5 F5, just like this. Hash, don't forget the hash. And then a padding in the x direction of 4. For medium screen sizes, padding in the x direction of 12. And then in medium screen sizes as well, we'll have a text of LG, which should be larger. Yeah. Now we should have like a line and a padding at the bottom. So let us work on that. In this h3 tag here, we'll give this a class name. Give this a border top rather. You should have the border only at the top. Then you give this a color, a dark color, hash 252422. Then a padding top of 4 and a padding bottom of 6. Then it should be italic, just like this. Yeah, better. It isn't italic. What is happening? Yeah, you get the point. I don't know why it isn't italic. I don't know. So for the link now, we have to show that it's a link. We'll give this a class name, a class name of text dash, let's say hash 944424 91234 44424, just like this. Yeah, perfect. Designed and developed by this. Yeah. So the next thing we have to do is to work on this add book page so that we'll be able to add a book to our database. And then after adding the book, we'll come back to here and then we can fetch the whole book, then show the image, the title, and the author name. That's what we're going to work on now. For the add book page, the page is just going to be a normal form. Let me close all this, go to my front end folder, in my source folder, in my pages folder. So I will just go to the sign up page. I'll copy all the code because I'm going to need the form. I'm going to copy this div from this div down to the last div here. Copy it, and then I'll go to the addbook.jsx. Then I'll paste it here. I'll paste this here. Then this heading here, instead of sign up, I will say what? Add book to library. Just like this. Then on submit function, I'm going to comment this out. The value username, I'm going to clear this out. Clear this. Clear this. Clear this. For the error, I'm going to comment this. We're going to be needing it. It's loading. I'll comment this also. Then for this, let me clear this for now. I'm going to put it back. Instead of sign up, it will be add book. The link, I'm going to, okay, I don't need the link. I don't need the link. I'll clear this. Let me save. Sorry. Okay, go to my add book page. You can see I have add book to library, username, email, password, confirm password, and add book. But these are not what we need. First thing we need is our book image. So I'll come here on top of this username. I'm going to create a div. Give this the same class name. Give this the same class name. Then I'm going to put the label. Let me copy this. Paste it here. The label, instead of username, I will change this to let me say book image, and it is required, so I'm going to put a star at the front. Then I'm going to put an image input. So input, this will be a type of file, type file. Then it should accept only the image. I don't want a video, so accept only image slash star, any image. And this, I'll give this a class name of the normal input here. A class name, I'll copy this, come here, give this a class name, save this. Let's see what we got. Choose image. Yeah, which I can use to choose a file. Yeah. The next thing is this, our username. I will change this to title, and it will be required as well. So instead of username, I'll change this to title. Put a star here, so be required. Everything stays the same. And the next one is a subtitle, which will be optional. I will change this to subtitle, title, then optional, just like this. The next one is for the author. The author will be required, so I'll say author. with a star, just like this. Then the next one will be a link, which will be required as well to be a link. So I'll highlight this link, put a star as well. Then the final one is going to be a text area. So I'll copy this div here, Ctrl C, come under this, paste it, and instead of an input, I'm going to this is not meant to be a type of password, it will be a type of text, and this one also type of text. Yeah. Then for this final one, there's not going to be a link. This is going to be like a personal review. So I'm just come and say personal review, and to be optional. And it's not going to be an input. This is going to be a text area. So I'll highlight this text area, and then give this a row of 4, just like that. Let's see what we got. Yeah. So these are just this is the form. This is the form, and I think we'll give this a padding button because it's not looking nice here. So we'll give this a padding button of, let's say, 16. So come here to the very top, give this a padding button of 16. Yeah, looks nice. So the next thing we'll do is to let us set this up for because we need to pass all the data here to our database. So let us just get the state so that we can pass it to our database. So the first state we'll get is our image. Let me write that here. So I'll say const image set image will be equals to use state an empty string. After the image, the next thing we're going to have is our title. So I can copy and paste this, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Title, set title. After the title, the next one we have is our subtitle. So I'll come here and say what subtitle, set subtitle. After the subtitle, I'm going to have the author. I'm going to have the author. So I'll change this to author, set author. Then the next one is the link. I'm going to come here and say link, set link. The final one is the review. So I'll come here and say review, const review. Then I'll come here and say set review. Just like this. The next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go to all the inputs, then get the unchanged value. So for the book image, I'm going to leave that empty for now because we handle images differently. So I'm going to leave the image for now. Then I'll go to the title and just set the unchanged title. So I'll come here and say value will be equals to what our title, which we defined above, and then unchanged will be e, that is the event, set title to be what e.target.value, just like this. The next we'll do it for the other inputs as well. We'll come here and say Ctrl C, paste it here. This will be what subtitle, set subtitle. Come to the author, do the same thing, author, set author. You'll go to the link, you paste this value link, come here, set link. Then come to the review, paste this value, review, on change, set review, just like this. This is giving me some ESLint error, but it doesn't matter. We'll change that later. So I can come here and say const handle submit. Submit will be equals to e dot prevent default. Then I can console.log the values to check if we're actually getting it. Console.log the values, which is my title, subtitle, author, link, review, subtitle, just like this. So then I'll uncomment this out. Uncomment this, instead of handle sign up, I'll change this to handle submit. Handle submit, just like this. So let's check this out. Title, let's say a big book. Subtitle, anything. Author, me. Link, http://local, anything. Personal review, just write anything just to check if we are getting the values. Add book, and yeah, we got it. The title, the subtitle, the link, and the personal review. So which means we are ready to work on the backend. Before working on the main API, we will have to create the model for the backend to tell Mongoose or MongoDB what we are going to be accepting. So we'll go to our backend here in our models. Now we have a model for the user. We are going to create another model for the books. So we're going to make this, we're going to create a new file. We'll call this book.model.js. This book model will just be like the one we did for the user model. So the first thing we're going to do is to get our book schema. So we'll say const what? Const book schema. Const book schema will be what? New mongoose dot schema. Mongoose, okay, let me import that. Mongoose dot schema, and then I'm going to pass in what we're going to be accepting. So if you take a look at the form, we are going to be accepting, let me close this. We're going to be accepting an image, a title, subtitle, author, link, and a review. So this is what we're going to send to our backend. So that's why we're doing the model. So first of all is the image. This image will be a type of string. And of course it is required. We need an image for our book. So after the image, the next one we're going to have is the title, and it's required as well. After the title, we're going to have the subtitle, this is just going to be a string. We do not need all this because it is not required. Not all books have a subtitle. Then after the subtitle, we're going to have the author. Is the author required? Yeah, the author is required. So let me copy from this one. I'm going to have the author. The author is required. And I'm going to have a link. The link is required as well. Link, type of string. Then I'm going to have my review. A personal review is not required, whether the user like or it's the user's choice. So the personal review is the user's choice, so it will not be required. And then finally, I'm going to have a user, which means the person who added the book to our library. I'm going to have the user. The user will be a type of a Mongoose schema type. we're going to reference this user here. We're going to reference this user to this one. So we'll do this by saying a type will be mongoose.schema types dot object id, just like this. Then I'll put in a comma here, and then the reference. What is the reference? The reference is going to be the user model which you created before, and then I'm going to put a timestamp so that I will have my created art and updated art field. If I do not add this, I'm not going to have those timestamps. So timestamps here will be what? True, just like this. Then finally I'll get my book variable. Const book will be equals to mongoose dot models dot book or mongoose dot model book, then pass in my book schema, just like this. Finally, I export this. Export default book, just like this. Now, after creating this schema, this book schema, I'll go to server.js. Then I'm going to add all my books functionalities here. So let me create a comment, book functionalities, just like this. So we are creating, we're adding a book to the database. So this is going to be a post request. So app.post, passing the URL /API/add -book, and then async, not a full stop, a comma, async request, comma, response. And then I'm going to get all my data from this field. I'm going to say what? Const image. I'm going to get the image, I'm going to get the title, I'm going to get the subtitle, get the author, get the link, get the review, all from the request.body. So equals to request.body, just like this. Finally, a user have to be logged in before they can add a book to our database. So to do that, I'm going to check if there's a token in the browser, like in the cookies. So I'm going to say what? I'm going to extract the token from the cookie. So const token will be equals to request.cookies, just like this. And then I'm going to say if no token, that means the user is not logged in. If no token, I'm going to return a response. Return response dot status of 401 unauthorized 401.json. Give this a message. Let's say no token provided, just like this. Now, if I pass this, I'm going to put this in the try and catch block. The next thing I'm going to do now is to process the image. Now, we do not store image the same way we store normal text. What we'll do in our image is that we'll go to Cloudinary. We're going to save the image in Cloudinary, then send the link. We're going to save the link in our database, because we cannot save an image directly like that in our database. If you want to save it as a base64 image, it's going to take much space in your database. So we are going to work on image processes. So I'll just put a comment here, image processes, just like this. Okay, so to work on the image, we'll go to Cloudinary, cloudinary.com. Then if you don't have an account, you sign up, but I already have an account. I just need to log in. Next, I'll go to programmable media. Click on this. Here you are going to get your, let it load. This is your cloud name. You copy this, then you go to your env, your .env. You come here and say, let's say something like cloud name, cloud underscore name. Then you paste it. The next thing you are going to do is to go to your API key. Go to your API key. This is your cloud name. You copy it. Then you go to your API keys. I don't want to show you mine. So when you click on go to API keys, you're going to see two things: your API key and your API secret. Then you come to your .env. Then you write API. Your API underscore key will be equals to any figure you see there, or your API secret, and then any anything you see there also, you paste it here. I don't want to show you mine, but you get the point. You get your cloud name, copy it, you go to your API key, get your API key and your API secret. Then once you have gotten that, you can proceed in setting up Cloudinary. After getting your API key and your API secret, we are going to install Cloudinary in our root folder. So we're going to stop our server, npm install Cloudinary. After installing Cloudinary, the next thing we're going to do is to configure Cloudinary to use our cloud name, API, and our secret. So you go to your very top here, then you import Cloudinary rather. So import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary. From Cloudinary, just like this. The next thing, under this .env .config, I'm going to configure my Cloudinary. So I'll say Cloudinary .config, and then I'm going to add all my my environment variables. So I'll come here and say cloud name. The cloud name will be what? Process.env.cloud name. Cloud underscore name. The next one is my API key. So I'll come here and say API key and say what? Process.env.api underscore key. Just like this. Then the final one is my API secret, API underscore secret. Then my API secret will be process.env.api API underscore secret. Just like this. Now we have Cloudinary configured. So we'll scroll back down to our book, to our add book API. Then in this try block here, under this comment, we're going to process our image. So we'll say const image response. We're going to get the response, image response will be equals to await Cloudinary, which we have configured, Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload. Then what are we going to upload? We're going to upload the image which was sent from. We're going to upload the image here, which is going to be sent from our body. So we'll upload the image, and then we're going to create a folder because we do not want to just store this anywhere. So we'll say folder. The folder will be, let's call this /zwatches. No, not z, slash library slash library. So let us go and create that folder in our Cloudinary. Go back. Or not here, our assets rather. We'll go to our assets. You go to folders, click on folders, and then click on create a folder. Then we can call this library. Then you save this. Now we have an empty folder. This is the folder we're going to be working on. It is empty for now. So we want our image to be saved in that folder. Now once we have gotten our response, okay, wait, after getting our token, we can also verify it before working on the image processes. So we can just come here and say const decoded will be what we have done it before, jwt dot verify token process dot env dot jwt secret. And then if not decoded, return. If it is not verified, I'm just going to return an unauthorized response.status of 401.json invalid token, just like this. Oh, so I have to pass a message here. Message invalid token. Yeah. Now after this, we can now work on our image processes. After getting the image response, we are going to find our user. We're going to find our user because we're going to store everything together. So let us get our user. Const user document. User document will be equal to what? Await user dot find by ID. Find by ID. And then I'm going to pass the decoded dot ID. Then of course I will get it without the password. Now I've gotten my user, I've gotten my image response. The next thing to do is to save all my documents. So to save the document, just like we saved our user, we're going to use the .create method. So I'll say const book will be what? Const book will be await book, our model. Import this from models book.model.js, book.create, and then we pass in the image. Now we're not storing the image as it is. We're going to say the image is going to be image response dot secure URL. You're going to see the image response. So let me console.log it here. When we start saving our book, when we start adding the book to our database, so let me put a console.log here. Image response will be image response, so that you see how I got this secure URL. And then I will save the remaining as a normal text, my title, my subtitle, author, am I making mistakes, link, my review, and then my user. My user now will be user document. Let me arrange this well. My user will be equals to the user document which we got here. Yeah. So after adding the book, I'm going to return a response. Return response dot let's say status of 200 dot JSON. Then I'll pass in my book, and then I'm going to give this a message of what? Book added successfully. Then catch if there's any error, I'm just going to say respond with a status of 400.json. Give this a message of error.message. Yeah, just like this. With this, we are done with adding a book API. The next thing we'll do is to go to our front end here, and then in our source, and we're going to create a store for the book. You know, we have a store already for our authentication. We are going to create a store for the book. Let me close all the pages. Yeah, we're going to create a store for the book. So I'll come here and say bookstore.js. And then just like we did before, I can go here and copy all this, paste it, I'm going to change the name from use store to use bookstore, just like this. Then in here, I'm going to add my initial states, just like we did before. Then at first, the book will be null. Of course, there'll be no book. And then all the books will be an empty array. And its loading will be false. Its loading will be false. Error will be null. Message will be null. Just like this. After this, I'm going to have the functions. We have talked about all this already. So the first one I'm going to create is our add book function. So the add book function is going to be an async function because of course we are working with a database, async. And then what are the things we are expecting? We're expecting an image, title. We are also expecting a subtitle, title, image, title, subtitle, author, we are expecting a link and a review. Now once this function is called, immediately we'll set its loading to true, error to null, and a message to null. So we'll say set its loading to true, error will be null, message will be null. And then we're going to put a try and catch block. In the try statement, I'm going to say we're going to get our response. We're going to call the API. From there we'll get the response. So we'll say const response. Const response will be what? Await axios dot post. Then my API URL, API underscore URL / add dash book, just like this. And then we're going to pass the body, the image, the title, the subtitle, the author, the link, and finally the review, just like this. Then the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to extract both the book and the message from the response.data. So we'll say const, let's say message, the message, and then the book is going to be from the response.data, just like this. Then I'm going to set the book. The book is going to be a book, the message, and then its loading will be false, just like this. Then I will return book and message. Return book. Let me use the message first. Message and book, just like this. Then for the error is going to be the same thing. I'm going to copy the error from here just to save time. Copy this, come here and paste it. Let's see. Set is loading to false. Then the response, instead of error signing up, I'm going to change this to error adding book, just like this. Just this simple code. We are done with the add book function. The next thing we're going to do is to call this from the front end. To call this from the add book page. So let us go and work on that. In addbook.jsx, first of all, let us handle the image. So before this handle submits, let us create a function which is going to handle our image processes in the front end for us. So say handle image change, handle image change is going to be handle image change is going to be E, like this. And then I'm going to get my file. So I'll say const file will be equals to e.target.files, then get the first one, just like this. So what am I trying to do here? I'm going to convert any image passed. I'm going to convert it to a base 64 image. So I will say something like this: let reader equals to new file reader, new file reader, just like this. And no, sorry, new file reader, and I'm going to get my reader as a data URL. So I'm going to say like reader dot read as data URL. Then I'll pass in my file, which I'm going to get from the e.target.files. And then I'm going to say reader dot onload end. I'm going to say this is going to be a function like this. And then I'm going to set my image state to be the reader dot result. Now when I handle submit, I should add the image as well, so you will see what we are getting. We are going to get a long string. So image here on change should be handle image change. So when I save this, I'll run this again, npm run dev. If I add an image here, let's say I add this image, and I click on add book, you can see this is my image. This long string right here is my image, which I can use. I can say, okay, let me show you what I'm talking about. At the top of this form, I can add an image tag here, image tag, which is going to have a source folder, a source of image. So if I save this, you can see this is the image gotten. But now we cannot add. Look at how long this is. Just look at how long this string is. We cannot add this. We cannot add this to our database. So we have to save this in Cloudinary, then save the link in our MongoDB database. So let me close this. I'll delete this. In our handle submit, I'm going to first perform a check for the required fields. So I'm going to say if no image. So if any user tried to add a book without an image, or no title, or no author, or no link, I'm going to give them a toast notification, toast.error, toast from React hot toast. Why is it not giving me? So import toast from React hot toast, toast.error. Please fill in required info. just like this. You can add any text you want, totally your choice. And then I'm going to extract the message from our add book function. So let me get the add book function from here. So I'm going to say const add book. Add book is going to be equals to use bookstore, just like this. So I'm going to come here and say const destructure the message. Remember we extracted we returned the, if we go to bookstore here, remember that we returned the message and a book. So I'm extracting the message. So I'll say const message is equals to await, and since we're using await, we have to use async. So async here, await add book, like this. Then I'm going to pass in all the field, the image, the title, the subtitle, the author, the link, and the personal review, just like this. After getting this, after adding the book to the database and getting the message, I'm going to show a toast notification to the user showing that yes, they have successfully added their book to the database. After adding the book, after showing them this message, I'm going to take them back to the home page. So for that, I'm going to be needing navigate. So const navigate will be equals to use navigate from React router. Why am I not getting that? So I'll come here and say import use navigate from React router. Then I'm going to come inside the handle submit and say when you are done, go back to the home page, just like this. And we're not just going to get only the add book, we're going to add in the loading state and the error. So I'm going to come here, get the loading state is loading, get the error, and then I can come here where my error is, and then I can uncomment this out, uncomment this, and then I can pass in that conditional stuff again. So if it's loading, show please wait, else show the text add book, just like this. So let us test this out. Reload file. Let me choose an image. Let me choose this watch image. Then my title, I can just call this a book of watches. Subtitle, I can add anything. The author, Ima. Then link, I can link to Google. Personal review, this is my personal review. And then I can click the add book. Error adding book, let us check. Now we got this error. I would have fixed this before showing this video, before shooting this video, but I don't want that. So I'm going to show you any error I face when building an application, so that you will notice how we get errors when building application, not just copy and paste without knowing why we are doing something. That is why I like showing my errors. So you are going to get this payload too large error, request entity is too large. Why are you getting this error? Remember I told you that when converting to base 64, that image becomes too large, and that is why we don't want to put it to inside our database. But right now we have to send this to Cloudinary, but Express.js is not allowing us, because Express have a limit of 1 MB. So we have to come here in our JSON middleware, Express middleware. Here we are going to add in an option, give this a limit of 20 MB or 10 MB, anything you want. So I'm going to save this. Now let us try again. Please wait. Let's see what will happen. Book added successfully. Let us check if I'm going to get my image response. So let me increase this. As you can see, I got my image response, and this was what I was trying to explain to you. I got different stuff, but this is what we need, our secure URL. Now, if I copy this URL, and this is what we saved in our database. Wow. If I copy this URL and paste it here, I'm going to get that watch image. You can see my watch image here. And let me show you, if I go to my MongoDB and I refresh, I'm going to see a new field called books. You can see it here, these books, and you see one document. Now, I don't have that large text. Instead, I have a single string, which is gotten from Cloudinary, and you can see everything is saved successfully. Then I can come to Cloudinary here, refresh this, and I should see my image. You can see the image here in Cloudinary. Wow. So you have been able to add a document to MongoDB and save image in Cloudinary. This is really nice. So the next thing we will do is to fetch a book from the database. To fetch and display the data we saved in our database, it is pretty straightforward. First, we go to our server, we create the API, we go to our front-end store, we create the get function, and then we display it. So like I said, first we'll go to our server. Let me close this. Let me reduce this. We go to our server. We're already in our server. Let us go back to our book part. Let me close this. Then here I'm going to create a get API. So app.get, and then the URL will be /API/fetch-books. Just like this. Then async request response. Then I'll create a try and catch block. We are not going to do any JWT anything here, because we need even users that are not signed in should be able to view all our book lists. So I'll just say const books will be equals to await our book model book.find, and then I'm not going to put anything. Then I want the first one to be at the top, so I'm going to say .sort created at -1. This is how you sort for the latest one, should be at the top. And then I'm going to return these books. So I'll just say return response.status of let's say 200.json. Then you pass in the books. Now, if you face any error, you just return the this thing, response.status 400.json, the message.error. So let me paste this here. With this, you are done with the fetch book API. Very easy. The next thing we'll do is to go to our bookstore here, our bookstore, and then under this add book one, under this add book, we'll create a function called fetch books. Fetch books. This of course is going to be an async function. We are not going to accept anything. First thing, we are going to set its loading to true. It's loading. It's going to be true. And error will be null. Then we will create a try and catch block like we always do. Try and catch. In the try statement, we are going to call our API and then save it in the response. So we'll say const response will be equals to await axios. We are going to be getting .get my API URL $API underscore URL /fetch dash books. Is that what we called it? Fetch dash book, yeah. /fetch dash books. And we're not going to pass anybody because we are getting. Finally, we set the book to be books. So we have the books will be equal to what? Response dot data dot books. Remember, we passed the books like that. You can see it. That's how we're getting the response dot data dot books. And then you can set its loading to false. It's loading. Its loading will be false, just like this. And if there's any error, you just copy that same error message. All of them are almost the same thing. You copy the error message here. Highlight this, paste this, and then instead of error adding books, you just come here and say error fetching books. Just like this. And then we'll go to our book list component now to get the books. So where is our book list? Okay, in component, book list. So for that, we'll just we'll clear this, we'll get rid of this, and then we'll say const. We'll get our books from our store, and then fetch books, which we created. Fetch books will be equal to what? Use bookstore, just like this. And then we have to fetch our book. To fetch a book, we're going to use the use effect, of course. Use effect from React, like this. Then we'll just say fetch books. Nothing much. Fetch books, just like this. And then we'll put a dependency here, which is just going to be fetch books. You save this, and now let us run this again. npm run dev. Let us refresh. As you can see, we got only one, but nothing like all the data is, let me close this. All the data is just a static data, no image, the title. So we have to change that. First, our image here, we'll give this image a source. The source will be what? Book dot image. And then we can give this an alt tag of book underscore img, and then a class name, or give it a width of full, a height of full, object cover, object center, object center Let's save this. Let us see if we'll get the image. As you can see, we got the watch. Even though this is not a book image, this is just for an example. So users are meant to use the book image, but this is just for an example. Then for the title, we'll clear this out. We'll come here and say book dot what? Title. Then for this, for the author, we'll come here and say what? Book dot author. Just like this. Let us check. A book of watches, then my name, Ima. Just like that. So you can see how easy it is to fetch, to get a book from the database and display it. It's very easy. The next thing that I think we are going to do is to learn how to search, or we'll learn how to search for a book based on the URL and the input field. So that's what we're going to do next, search for a book. So you can just go ahead and add multiple books so that you can test the search functionality. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add like 5 or 6 books. I have added 4 extra books so that I can test the search functionality when we are done. So what do we want to achieve in this search functionality? When I write something here, let's say I write purple, and I click on search, what I want is that I should be redirected to a search page with the book containing this as the title. So to do that, we'll go to our server.js and write the API code for getting book based on a search term. So to do that, we'll say app.get, and then write the URL /API/search, and then async, request response. Then you put this in a try and catch block. Then in the try statement, I'm going to get my search term from our request.query. So I'm going to say something like this: const search term will be equals to what? Request dot query dot search term. We are going to pass this query from the front end. So this is what we are going to name it: search term, or an empty string. So if we cannot get this query from the search term, we'll default it to an empty string. Then the next thing we'll do is to say we are going to find the books based on this search term. So we'll say const books will be equals to await book.find, and then I'm going to find by the title. I'm going to use a regex to find the title. So I'll just come here and say regex, just like this, and then it should match the search term. Now we have to provide an option to handle the case so that it will be case insensitive. So whether we put a capital letter or a small letter, it doesn't matter. So I'll just come here and put the $sign, then options like this, then I'll put I. That is how you handle it. And then we're going to sort this by created at -1. What we did before, the latest one should be on top. Dot sort created at -1, just like this. Now after finding this book, I'm going to return the book. So return as a response, return response.status status of 200 rather, 200 or JSON. Then you pass in the books, just like this. And then for the catch, we're just going to pass in the same catch. Yeah, we'll copy this. Then you come to the API/search API, then you paste it here. Now with this small code, you are done with the API search. The next thing we'll do is to go to our bookstore to work on the search API. So in our bookstore, we'll go under this fetch books. Now we'll create another function called search books. This will be an async function, of course. We are going to get something. And what are we getting? We are going to get the search term, because remember, we are passing it as a query. So I'm going to come here and say search term, just like this. Then once we are searching, once this function is called, we are going to set its loading to true. Its loading will be true, and error will be null, like this. After we set the states, we are going to write a try and catch block like we always do. Then in the try statement, I'm going to fetch all the search results, then save it in a response. So I'll say const response will be equals to await axios dot get. Then I'll pass in my API URL, API underscore URL, then /search. The next thing I'm going to do is to pass in the query. And to pass in the query, I'm just going to put a question mark here. A question mark, then the search term. Just like this. So this question mark is just like a query. And then with this response, I can set the books to the response.data.book. So I'll say const set instead, not const. Set, then my books to be equals to response.data.books. And then I'm going to set its loading to false. And to catch the error, it's just the same thing here. Copy this, come here, and paste it. But I'm still going to leave this as error fetching book, because we are still fetching a book, kinda. So I'm going to leave this. The next thing I'm going to do now is to go to our hero section where we have this input here. I'm going to go to the hero section so that once we click on this search button here, it should take us to it should take us to a search page with the search query in the URL. So in the where is the hero section? Yeah, hero here. So for that, I'm going to create a state to store our search term. So I'll say const search term, comma, set search term, this will be equal to use state, an empty string at first as the initial state. After getting this search term, we're going to use this in our input. So you will go to your input here, and then you're going to give this a value. The value is going to be our search term, and on change e set search term to be what e.target dot value, just like this. Then we'll create, after getting our input from the, let us import this. After getting our input text, our input value from the input, I'm going to create a handle submit function to take us to the search page. So I'll say const handle submit is going to be e, then e.prevent default, like this. Then I'm going to get my URL params. So I'll say const URL params will be equals to new URL search params. Then I'm going to say window dot location dot search, just like this. Then the next thing, I'm going to set the URL params to be equal to our search term. So I'll say URL param dot set. Then I'll say search term. Search term will be equals to our search term, just like this. Then I'm going to convert this URL param to a string so that I can pass it in our navigate and go to the search page. So I'll say const search query will be equals to URL params dot to string, just like this. And then I'm going to go to the search page, and to go to the search page, I'm going to be needing a navigate hook. So const navigate will be equals to use navigate from React router. And then I'm going to come here and say navigate template literal /search, put a question mark, and then the search query, just like this. Then I'll call this handle submit with the on submit event handler. So in the form here, I'll come here and say on submit handle submit, just like this. Yeah, just like this. So the next thing I have to do is to test this out. Okay, let us type in purple and click on the search bar. Immediately, if you can see my URL here, we have a /search, then a query, which is equal to the search term. The search term, this is our query, is equal to the input text purple. So the next thing we're going to create right now is this search page. As you can see, we do not have anything displayed here. So we'll create this search page, and in our pages folder here, you create a new file, search page.jsx, and then arrow-afce, create a functional component. Now we're going to make this a route. To do that, we'll go to app.jsx. Under this one, we're going to create a route here. Route. Give this a path of /search, and then the element will be the search page. Search page. Just like this. Let's see. Yeah, we have the search page. So let us go back to our search page and continue building. Okay. So I'm going to have a div, this div here, and then a p tag, which is going to take us back. So first thing, in the p tag, I'm going to have the arrow. For the arrow, I'm going to use LA arrow colon, then back. Let's see. Yeah, we have the arrow. Now let us style this a little. So when I click on this arrow, I should go back to the home page. So I'll come here and say class name, give this a cursor pointer, cursor dash pointer, and then a padding in the y direction of 3. Now when I click on this, on click, you should go to the home page. So you should navigate back to the home page. Let me get navigate, const navigate with a small n. Navigate will be equals to use navigate from React Router. And then I'm going to come here, change this from the big N to a small n, navigate back to the home page. Just like this. Then after this, I'm going to create a div. Inside this div, I'm going to create a form, which is going to have the search bar. So I can just copy the form from the hero section here. Form here. Copy this form. And paste it here. Now we do not have this handle submit, search term and all that, but we can just add it. So from our hero, we'll copy the search term here. Paste it here. Import the use state, and then you can just get the handle submit, just this one. Let's just get this one. Just like this. Let us see what we have. Yeah, it's not looking nice. So let me style this. So from the div here, this first div, I'm going to put a class name. I'm going to give this div a class name. Give this a minimum height of screen, and then give this a text of a dark colors hash 252422, and a background, a white background, a semi-white background, hash f5 f5 f5, and then give it a padding x in the direction of 4. For bigger screen, it will have a padding x in the direction of 12, padding x of 12, and then a padding bottom of 10, just like this. Save it and let's see what we got. Okay. Now for this div here, I'm going to put a class name here. A class name, give this a width of full, and then a height of full, and it should be flex in the column direction, justify center, items center. Let's see. Yeah, our input is centered. Now this our input is not showing well, so we're going to have to add something like a border. So in our class name here of the input, I'm going to give this a border, then the border should be gray, border gray or 500. Let's see. Yeah, better. And my search bar should have a light color. So I'll give this a text of hash F5 F5 F5. And let's see. Yeah, looks better. So now we have this purple here. What we want to do is to extract this purple and put it here while calling our search functionality, while calling our search books API. So to do that, we are going to use a use effect. Now what we are doing is to collect this from the URL here, not actually searching with our search bar. So we're going to do that after getting it with our URL. So we'll do that now. We'll use a use effect under this handle submit. We're going to complete it after doing this one. So use effect here, then just like this, and then the dependency should be search books, because we're going to search for our books which we have not imported yet. So let us import that. Let us get that rather. Const search books is equal to use bookstore, just like this. Let me import this use effect from React, and now inside here I'm going to get the URL params. So I'll say const URL params will be equal to new, just like we did before, URL search params, then location. We're not using Windows or location, instead we're using location.search. Now I'm going to get the search term from the URL, so I'll say const search term from URL. That is this one, the search term. I'm going to get the search term from the URL. So let me go back. Purple search term from the URL. So I'm going to say this is going to be equal to URL params dot get. And what is the name of my search term? The name of my search term is search term. So that's what I want to get from the URL. And then I'm going to put an if statement. If search term from URL. So if there is a search term from the URL, I'm going to get the search query. Const search query. This will be equal to the URL params dot string. We have done this before. Dot to string, like this. Then after getting the search query, I'm going to search for the books. So I'm going to come here and say search books, passing the search query, just like this. And then I'm going to set search term to be search term from URL, just like this. Then now I can console.log the book. So I'll say console.log search results to be the book, but we don't have the book here, so we'll get that from the use bookstore books, and then we can come here and say books, just like this. And immediately you can see that the purple have been gotten from the URL without us doing anything. I didn't write this myself. If I change this to purples and press enter, let's see what will happen. Immediately changes to purples. Let me change this back to purple, and you'll see it changes to purple. So let me inspect console.log. console. Let's see, the search result is 0. Let's refresh again. And you can see the search result. It had 1. And this should be purple, yeah, purple hibiscus. So if I come here and say to kill, oh, and press the search bar, nothing happens because we haven't created the handle submit yet. So let us work on that. So we'll go to, still in our search page, in this handle submit here, under this event dot prevent default, we are going to get the URL params const URL params will be equals to new URL search params then window dot location dot search, and then I'm going to set the stuff. So I'll say URL params dot set URL params dot set search them should be equal to search them, just like this. And then I'm going to get the search query. I'll just copy this. After setting the URL params, I'm going to get the search query, and then I will search for my books. But now I need to use the await keyword, so I'll put async here. And to search the book, I'll put await search books. Now for me to refresh my use effect, I'll have to navigate back to the current one. So I'll come here and say navigate template literal / search, then my search query, just like this. So let me check again. If I click on to kill, immediately here changes to kill, and that is because of my navigate function. And let me see, I should see to kill a mockingbird, and yeah, to kill a mockingbird by happily. Yeah, so now the next thing we'll do is to display the search information. Now I did a mistake. I was meant to make the book list a reusable component, but I did not. But I don't want to waste time, so I'm just going to write the component again. But if you are creating your project, consider making it consider making it reusable. Yeah. So under this div now, I'm going to create a h1 tag here. Then I'm going to say search results, and let me style this tag. I'm going to give this a class name of font of semi-bold, and give it a padding top of 8, padding bottom of 6. Then it should be extra large. For bigger screen, it should be text dash 2XL, just like this. Let's see what we have. Yeah. And then the next thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to come to our book list component. Then from this div, I'm going to copy this, Ctrl C, come to my search page, and then I'm going to put a conditional statement here. If the books.length is greater than 0, if it is greater than 0, which means there is actually a book, then I'm going to show the div. Else, if nothing shows, I'm going to put a p tag here saying no book found, just like this. Let's see. If no book is found, yeah, just like this. There you get the link from React Router. So let us see. Yeah, immediately I got to kill a mockingbird. If I put nothing and click on search, I will get the full result because it defaults to the empty string. And now if I say pride, I will get this, Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. If I write a random string and I press search, I should see no book found. Yeah, immediately. So with this, we are done with the search bar, with the search functionality. The next thing we're going to do work on is to make each book have an individual page. So if I click on purple hibiscus now, nothing happens, but I should show the book information, and that is what we are going to work on next. To do that, we'll go to our server.js. Then under this API, I'm going to create another API. This is going to be a get API, of course. app.get /API /fetch book /fetch -book. You know, the one we created before was fetch books, but now I'm going to use fetch book, and then I'm going to have a dynamic ID. Each books will have their particular ID. So I'm going to get the particular ID, and then I'm going to say async request response. Then I'll put a try and catch block. In the try statement, I'm going to get the ID from the params. So this is a parameter here. I'm going to get this ID. I added this ID from the param, so I'm going to get the ID. So I'm going to say const. I'll destructure it from request.params. Just like this. The next thing, I'm going to find the book based on the ID. So I'll say const book will be equals to await book from our model dot find by ID. Find by ID, and then I'll put in the ID. And now, not only do I need the book, I'm also going to need the user information. So to get my user information, remember we saved, if we go to our database, you will see that we save the user, but the user is saved as an object ID based on the model here. Let me show you. In our book model, we save this user as a type of object ID, not as a text. So I'm going to get the text from the user. And to do that, I'm going to say .populate, and what do I need from the user field, and what do I want to get from the user field? I want to get the username, only the username. If I need more information like the email, I can just put a comma, then add the email. So now after this, I'm going to return a response. Return response the status of 200 .json. Then I'll pass in the book. And for the error, I'm just going to catch it the normal way we do it. Just like this. Now, after this API, I'm going to go to the bookstore to work on the API. So under this search here, I'm going to come here and say fetch book, not fetch books. We already have fetch books. So this is for a single book, async. And we are going to get the ID of the book, and then we'll set the initial state. So we'll say set is loading will be true, and error will be null. Then of course we'll put a try and catch block. Then in the try statement, I'm going to get my response. Const response will be equals to await axios.get, passing my API URL /fetch -books. Then I'm going to pass in my dynamic ID just like this. Then the next thing I'm going to do is to say set the book. The book will be what? Response.data.book. Just like this. And I'm going to set its loading to be false. Finally, to catch the error, I'm just going to use the same thing here. Highlight this, paste it. Now instead of error fetching books, it will be error fetching book. So the next thing to do is to create a book, a page for the books, like a page for the book page. So in this page, in this pages folder, I'm going to create another file called book page. .jsx, put in the normal functional component. After this, I'm going to come to app.jsx. Under the search route, let me copy the search route, paste it here. Under the search route, I'm going to use a path. Now this path is going to be dynamic. This path will be /book/ put a colon, then ID. That is how you create a dynamic route in React. Then the elements will be what? Book page. Just like this. Yeah. So now I should see book page here. Now when we are using 1 to 3, which is not meant to be so let's go back to our home page. How did you get that 1 to 3? We had coded everything to be 1 to 3, both here and in the search book list. So we'll go to our book list component to change that from showing 1 to 3. Where is it? This is it here. Instead of showing 1 to 3, we're going to show the ID. So I'm going to clear this /book/book. Then I'm going to put a $sign, this one, then book._ID. We'll do the same thing in the search component. We'll go to our search page. Then here we have book 1 to 3. I'm going to copy this, paste it here. So now instead of going to the book /1 to 3, I'm going to the book with the ID, which I will get which I'm going to pass in our API. So back to our book page, we have to design it. So first thing we'll do, we have to get our books before we start designing anything. So I will get the book now. I'll say const fetch book and the book. Then I'll get the loading states is loading. All will be gotten from use bookstore. Just like this. And then I'm going to get the params. I'm going to get the parameter here. I want to get this particular ID. So I'm going to be using params from React Router. So I'll say const params will be equal to use params from React Router. And then I can come here and use a use effect to get it. So I'll say use effect from React. Come here. Then inside this, I'm going to fetch the book, fetch book. Then I need my ID, so I'm going to say params.id. Remember, we passed the ID in our route here, in our API. We said it should be called ID. So if I come here and say book ID, I will say params.bookid. So params.id, just like this. And I'm going to put a dependency here, which is going to be fetch book and my params, just like this. So, and then I'm going to come here and say if it's loading, just put a p tag, return a p tag showing loading. And then I can console.log the book to see whether we are getting the book or not. Console.log book and then the book, just like this. So now this ID belongs to purple hibiscus. So let me check if I'm going to get purple hibiscus. So I'll go to console and I'm getting null. So let me refresh. Let's see if there's any. Okay, null again. Let's see what is wrong. So let me go to my bookstore and save this, and then I'll go to, instead of fetch books, I'm going to be using fetch book, not fetch books. So that was where the problem was from. So fetch book, not fetch books. And it's still null. Wow. Yeah, it's not null again. So now this should be purple hibiscus. Yeah, the title, purple hibiscus, and all the information about that particular book. So we are going to use this information now to design the book page. So let us start, and we are going to be designing as we are creating the component. So in this div now, this container div, I'm going to give this a class name of minimum height of screen. minimum height of screen, and the text, a dark text, hash 252422. Give this a background of a light color, F5, 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 hash, don't forget the hash. And then a padding index direction of 4 for larger screen, padding index direction of 12, and then a padding bottom of 10, just like this. Then I'll clear out this text here, put in a p tag. For the back, I'm just going to go to my search page and get the back code that we did. So I'm just going to copy this, come to my book page, come here and paste it. And now we need navigate, so I'm going to get navigate, const navigate will be equal to use navigate. Get the use navigate from React router, just like this. Then under this p tag, I'm going to have a div. Then this div will have a class name. Give this a flex in the column direction. And then for medium screen sizes, it should be row. It should be in the row direction, just like this. Then inside this div, I'm going to have another div. So this is just like a demarcation. So I'll have this div. Then this div will have a class name. So I'm having one for the image and the link, then the remaining for the text. So this div will have a class name. Then for medium screen sizes, it should have a basis of 30%, a flex basis of 30%, 30%, and then it should have a margin right of 6, MX auto, a width of full, just like this. And then inside this div, I'm going to put my image, img, give this a source of book.image, and then give this a class name, of, give it a max height of 50 view height, 50 VH, and MX auto as well. So let's check what we got. Yeah, but it is in this direction. We are going to need it in the other direction. We are going to get that when we add the text in the other div. Then under this image, I'm going to add the link to where users can read the book. So I'll say link from React router. This link we have a to is going to go to the book.link, and it should appear in a new page. Target equals to _blank. Then inside this link, I'm going to have a div. Give this a div. Then a class name of width of full, flex, justify center, items center. Then inside this div, I'm going to have a button. Then this button, we have a text. Let me give it a text of read. And then a class name of let's just have a dark background, hash 40 3D 39, and then a light text, hash CCC 5B9, just like this. And then padding the X direction of 3, padding the Y direction of 2, then give it a width of full. And then for medium screen sizes, it should have a max width of 52 and a margin top of 3. Let us see. Yeah, better. Then under this whole div, under this div, under this div with the basis of 30%, I'm going to come here, create another div. This is going to be for the text. Give it a class name. This will have a basis of 65%, a basis of 65%. And then a margin top of 6. Then for medium screen sizes, you should have a margin top of 0. And for medium screen size again, it should have a max width of 4XL, just like this. Then inside this div, I'll have another div. Wow, there are a lot of divs. I'll have another div rather. Then this div will have a class name of flex, justify between, then items dash center, just like this. And then I'll have a p tag to show who uploaded this. So I'm going to come here and say uploaded by, and then I can put in my username, but I want that to be a different color, so I'm going to use the span, give this a class name of text dash hash 944 and then at then my book dot user dot username, book dot user dot username. Yeah, so let's see how that goes. I didn't see anything. Let me save this. Yeah, uploaded by John, because I was one who uploaded it, and I save this user to be John. Then the next thing, I'm going to have what do they call that? 3 dots, which is going to open a drop down for users to update and delete. But for now, we'll skip that. For now. Or let me do it as I'm coding, so that I won't be skipping anything. So for that, I'm going to need the currently signed in user. So I'm going to get my user, const user from use auth store. I'm going to get the currently signed in user, so that I will know who is actually working with the account. And then I'm going to come here and say user ID. If the user.id is equal to the book.user.id, if it is equal to the user, then it should show a div just like this. Then inside this div, let me style this div first. I'll give this a class name, text of 2XL, font of bold, then a margin top of -2, and then it should be relative. Then we'll add a span, and this span we have just 3 dots like this. Then we can give this a class name. Give this cursor of pointer, and then it should be wide, tracking wide or widest. And then let us see what we got. Yeah, this is what we want. Something like this is what we want. Let's refresh. Now what we want is that when we click on that, why am I not getting anything? there is no user, which means our server is getting issues. Okay, to solve this problem now, I think we should we'll put a question mark here, book.user.id, then we'll save this, and yeah. So this is what we need here. So when we click this, we want like a drop down to show here, which will show update and delete. So let us do that. For that, we'll create a state. We'll come here. We'll create a state const open, comma set open will be equal to use state from React, and at first it will be false. Now we'll come here inside the span. We'll come here and say on click, then it should set open to not open, which means that it should set it, toggle. That is what that means. It should toggle. Now we can come under this span. Under this span, we'll create a condition statement. If open is true, then we'll display this. We'll display a div. Then we'll give this div a class name. We'll give this div a class name of absolute. Remember, we have the other div which is relative, which is this one. Where is it? Yeah, this div here is relative, and this one is absolute. So it will be working hand in hand. And then we'll give this a background, a light background. Give this hash F5, F5, F5. Let me just make this all small. F5, just like this. And then you give it a small shadow of, let's say, MD. And then give it a padding bottom of 2, a padding in the X direction of 5, and then text base, a normal text. Then give it a normal font as well, and give it a right of 0, then top of 10, just like this. Then inside this div, we're going to have a link which is going to link us to the updates, to update our book. So link here from React Router, we'll have link. This one will say update, and here we'll give this a to attribute, and we are going to go to here /book /book ID, then /update, just like this. And okay, let us wrap this in a p tag. We'll wrap this in a p tag. Cut this, paste it here. In this p tag, we'll give this a class name. We'll give this a class name of margin bottom of 2, padding bottom of 2, border bottom, then border color should be gray of 300, just like this. Let us see. Okay, we have this problem. Too many re-renders. React limits the number of renders to prevent infinite loop. Okay, so we have to fix that now. We have to fix that. To fix that, let's see. Okay, let's say something like this. Yeah, so that was it. I was meant to pass it in a callback. So if I click on this, I should see the updates that, and it should redirect me to /update. Then next thing, under the update, I'm going to have a text which is going to be used to delete. So I'm going to put it here under this link. Under this link, I'm going to put a p tag here, and then I'm going to say delete. delete, and then I'm going to give this a class name. Class name of give it a red color, text red 500, and then cursor should be pointer. Let's see what we have. Yeah, perfect. So if I click on this, it disappears. Click on this, it opens. If I click on update, it goes to my update page, which we haven't created yet. And if you click on delete, we should be able to delete, but for now we'll leave that. Then now under this div, under the outside, under this outside div, under this one now, we'll create a h1. Then you put in the book title, just like this. And now let us style this. We'll give this a class name of text of 4XL. Then for larger screen sizes, we'll give this a text of 5XL. And for large screen sizes as well, but this one is larger, we'll give this a text of 6XL. And then font dash semi bold, just like this. Yeah. And now the next we're going to do is for subtitle, but subtitle is optional, so we have to provide this in a conditional statement. So if there is a subtitle, book.subtitle, and it should only this part should only show when there's a subtitle. So you should show a h3 with book.subtitle, just like this. Then under this, I'm going to have a p tag which is going to say written by, and then I'm going to add my book.author. And then I'm going to give this a class name. Padding in the left direction, padding left of 5. And let's see. Yeah, better. Then under this author now, I'm going to have a p tag for the review. I'm going to come here and say review, and then give this a class name. Margin top of 2. Give it a font of semi-bold. Then text LG, text dash LG, MD, text dash XL. Then under it, I'm going to add the review. Under this, I'm going to add the review p book.review, and give this a class name, MD text dash LG, just like this. And yeah, we have it. This is what we need, just like this. Now the next thing we are going to work on is the update and delete functionality. So let us work on the delete functionality first. To delete a book from our database, we'll go to server.js and then create the API. So under this fetch book here, I'm going to say app.delete, and then I'll say /API /delete -book. Then I'll pass in the ID of the book as a param, and then async request response. I'm going to get the ID from the param, and then now I need to check for the token. I need to check if the person is signed in or not. It's just an extra check. So I'm going to get my token from the cookies, request.cookies, and then I'm going to say if no token, which means the person is not signed in and maybe I've gotten here by mistake or there was an error or something. I'm going to return a response, status of unauthorized 401.json, a message of no token provided. Now, if there's a token, but the token is not actually valid, what are we going to do? We put this in a try and catch block. Then in the try statement, we'll say const decoded. Const decoded will be what? JWT does verify the token and then the secret. Just like this. Then the next thing, if we did not verify this, that means our token is not valid. We'll say if no decoded, we'll return a response, return res.status of 401.json. We'll give this a message of invalid token, invalid token, invalid token, just like this. Then the next thing to do is to we cannot delete a book from our database without removing the image from our Cloudinary. We're just going to waste our space in our Cloudinary. So we'll get our book first. Const book will be equal to await book from our model dot find by ID. Find by ID, and then I'm going to get the ID. I'm going to pass in the ID from our request.params. After passing the ID, the next thing I'm going to do is to delete the image first. So I'll say delete the image first. So I'm going to delete the image from the Cloudinary first. And to delete an image, we are going to need the ID. Remember when I got the image response, I showed you plenty stuff. Let me check if I can get that from my terminal. Let me see. Yeah. So I have an asset ID and public ID. Now I got this ID, this public ID, this one here, can be used to delete an image from Cloudinary. And if you notice our string, our image string, let me show you something. If you notice the image string, you will notice that here, from here to here is the ID. This is my public ID. So that was why I did not save the public ID. If you want to delete an image without stress, you have to create an image object, then save the image string and then the image public ID. But I didn't do that. I just saved the string. So which means we have to extract this image ID from this URL. So that's what we're going to do now. So we're going to come here and say const parts will be equal to book.image.split. We're splitting everything with a slash, and then we'll get the file name. Const file name will be equal to parts, then parts.length part.length -1. This is going to get the last part. So it is going to get I've deleted the image. It's going to get the last part of the URL, and then we saved it in the file name variable. The next thing we'll do is to get the image ID. So we'll say const image ID will be equal to file name. I should make this file name like this dot split. we're going to split the dot so that we remove the extension. We don't want the .png or .jpeg. We don't want that. So we'll remove the extension. Then we're getting the first one. So image ID is the first one after splitting the extension. The next thing is to delete the image. So we're going to delete the image. I'll just say Cloudinary .uploader .destroy, and then I pass in the image ID. So the image ID is a library. That is where it is stored. Library slash and then the image ID, just like this. And then I can get the results just for extra check. Results, and I can say let's just console.log results should be results, just like this. Now after deleting the image, I'm going to come here and say delete the data from DB. Then I'm going to come here and just say await book.find by ID and delete, like this, and I'm going to pass in the ID, just like this. Very easy. And finally, I will return a response of 200, response.status of 200.json. Give this a message of book deleted successfully. And then I can catch the error. So I can just come here and copy this from here. Copy. Come here and paste it. Just like this. Then I will save this. And then I can go to my bookstore. I can go to my bookstore to create the function. Where's my bookstore? Bookstore.js. Then I will create the function to delete a book. So under this fetch book component, under this fetch book function rather, I'm going to create another function called delete book, and then async, passing the ID of the book I want to delete. And now I can set my initial state. Set is loading to true. Then error will be null. Message will be null. Just like this. And then of course we put a try and catch block. Then in the try statement, I'm going to delete the book, and then I will save it in the response. Response will be equal to await axios.delete, and then I'll pass in the API URL, API underscore URL slash delete dash book. Then I'm passing the ID. I'll pass the ID of the book, just like this. Then finally, I'm going to extract the message from the response, just like this. Then I will set the message, and then its loading will be false, just like this. Then I will return the message. Then I'll catch the error. I'll just come here, copy this one, come here and paste it. Error deleting book, just like this. Then finally, I'll go to my book page and I will create a handle delete function. Go to my book page, then under this console.log here, I'm going to create a handle delete function. Const handle delete is going to be an async function because we're going to be working with the database. And then like this, get the message message will be equal to await, then delete book. We don't have that yet, so let me get it. Fetch book. From fetch book, I'll need the delete book also. Delete book function, just like this. I'll come here and say await delete book. Then I'm going to pass in the ID, params.id. After getting it, I'm going to display a success message, toast.message, toast.success rather, toast.success, then pass in my message. After deleting a book, I'm going to send the user back to the home page. So navigate back to the home page. Now I want this function to be called only when the delete button is clicked, and this is the button. So I'll come here and say on click handle delete, just like this. So let me delete I don't want to delete this one. Let me delete the one with the watch image, this one. I'll come here and click delete. As you can see, book deleted successfully. I can come here, and if I refresh, I should not see that watch image anymore. As you can see, the watch image is gone, only 4 remaining, and it's deleted from the database. As you can see, only 4. So the next one is updating a book. So let me use this to kill a mockingbird to test that. If I click on update, I'll go to another page. Now this update page, I'm just going to copy the add book. I'm going to create a new page here. I'll call this update page .jsx, and then I can just say arrayfce get the functional component, delete this. Then I'll come to app.jsx. Under this book route, I'll copy this, I'll paste it here. And then what is the path? The path is /book/id/update. I'll come here and see /book/id, then /update, and then my update page, just like this. And then I should see perfect update page. Now this update page is just almost the same thing with the add book page. So I'm going to copy everything from the add book. I'm just going to copy everything. I'm come to the update page here. Control A, paste this. Then I'll change this from add book to update page. Come here and say update page, just like this. Then let's see what we have. Add book to library. Instead of add book to library, I'm going to come here, change this to update book. Then for the button also, I'll come here and change this to update book. Yeah, this is nice. So I think after when the update button is clicked, we should preview this immediately with the title, the author. We should preview the form. So that's what we are going to do. To preview this form, I'm going to use a use effect to fetch the book. So for in this use book store, I'm going to extract fetch book, and then I'm going to come under this and say use effect from React, just like this. And then I'm going to fetch the book. So I'm going to say fetch book. Then I'm going to pass in the params.id, and we don't have params yet, so let me import that. Const params will be equal to use params from React router. Then I'll go back here, fetch book params.id, just like this. And then I'll come here and pass in the dependency fetch book and fetch book with a capital B, fetch book and params. Now after fetching a book, I'm going to need the book. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to get my book also from the use bookstore, and I'm going to write another use effect here. use effect here, which is going to set this thing, which is going to set all the states. So I'm going to come here and say if book. So if there's a book, I'm going to set the title, set title to be book.title. Book.title, and then set the subtitle. I'm just going to set everything, set subtitle to book.subtitle, and set the author to book.author, and then I'm going to set the link, set link to book.link, and finally set the review to book.review, just like this. And then I'm going to pass in the book dependency, book, just like this. So we save this and let's see what will happen. Immediately it fetches, and then it is pre-filled. The next thing we will do is to actually update the book. So for now, when the handle submit function is clicked, when the handle submit event is triggered, we go to the handle submit here, and then we add a book. But we shouldn't add a book, we should update a book. So we'll go to our server component, our server.js here, and then under this delete one, we're going to create a post API, const post app.post /API /update dash book, and I'm going to pass in the ID as well, because if I'm updating the book, I'm going to need the ID. Then async request response, just like this. Now I'm going to get all the fields from the body. So just like what I did in add book, I'm going to come here and say const image, title, subtitle, author, link, and review will be equal to request.body, just like this. And then now I'm going to also check if the user is signed in or not. So const token will be equals to what? Request.cookies, just like this. And then I'm going to perform the same check. So I can just get this. I can just get this and paste it here. I'm going to get the ID. From here, I'm going to say const ID will be equal to request.params, just like this. After passing this decoded here, I'm going to get the book. Const book will be equals to await book.find by ID, and then I pass in the ID, which I extract from the request.params. Then the next thing is to check if we're updating. If we're updating, we're going to check if there's an image first. If we're updating a new image, so if there's a new image, we have to delete the previous image first before we can add the new image. So we'll say if image, we'll come here and say what? Delete the previous image first. Then we'll scroll up and copy the one we did for the delete functionality. We'll come here, save this, copy this rather. We'll come here, then we'll delete the previous image. We'll paste this here, just like this. Then this is for if there's an image. So if there's an image, I will just return a response. Or rather, sorry, After deleting the image, I'll have to save the newly added one, save data, update data rather, update data in DB. And then I'm going to come here and say const updated book. Updated book will be equals to await book dot find by ID and update, find by ID and find by ID and update, find by ID and update, and then I'll pass in the ID of the book I want to update and the data of the book we want to update. So we'll pass it here. Then the image will be what? We know what is it already. Image response dot secure URL, secure URL. Oh. After deleting the image, we're meant to upload the new image. We forgot that. Upload new image. Just like this. Then we'll say const image response. Image response will be what? Await Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload. And then I'll pass in my image and my folder name. I'm going to a folder which is /library, just like this. And then we'll pass image response dot secure URL. After that, I'll pass in my title, my subtitle, my author, my link, and my review. Then I will return a response dot status of 200, which means everything went well. Then .json, I will pass in the book. The book now will be equals to the updated book. And then I can pass the message. The message will be what? Book updated successfully. Now, if you check, you will notice that all this thing we did here is only if there is an image. So what if the user did not put a new image and the image is null? So we'll just come under this if statement here. This if statement will come under it, and we'll just save we'll just update we'll update our book without the image. So we'll come here and say const updated book. I can just copy this. It's going to be the same thing. Copy this, but it's going to be without the image because the user decided not to update the image. So I'll come here. I'm not going to add the image, just like this, and then I'm going to return the same thing. Ctrl C, come here, Ctrl V, and then if there's an error, I'll just come to this up one, copy this. If there's an error, I'm going to catch the error, just like this. Now that we are done with this update API, we are going to go to our front-end store, our front-end bookstore. Then we're going to use it. We're going to use the update API. So under this delete book function, I'm going to create another one called update book. This is going to be an async function. It's going to be an async function. It is going to accept, let me check, I think it's going to accept the data, the ID, then the image, title, subtitle, author, link, and review. Like this. Then, just like we always do, we set the initial state is loading. Its loading will become true. Error will be null. Message will be null. The next thing we're going to do is to create a try and catch block. Try catch block. Then in the try statement, I'm going to get my response. Const response will be equals to await Axios dot post actions dot post, and then I put template literal here, $ this API underscore URL slash updates dash book, then the ID slash the ID, and then I'm going to pass in the other stuff. So I can just copy this here, Ctrl C, come here and paste it, and then I can extract the message and the book from our response.data. So I'll say const message and book will be equals to response.data, just like this. And then I will set my book message, and its loading will be false. Its loading will be false because we are done. And then I can return my data, return the message and book. And for the catch, I can just come here and copy the catch statement here, Ctrl C, come in here, paste it, error updating book, just like this. Now I'll go back to my updates page. Instead of calling the add book, I'm going to call update book, and I'm going to use it here, await update book. Just like this. Let's see if there's any change. Now, instead of going to the home page, we'll go to the book ID. So I'm going to put, a template literal here, template string, then slash book, then slash my book ID, book dot underscore ID, just like this. Now let us test it out. So this is we'll test first without an image, then we'll check with an image. So let's say to kill a mockingbird, edit, I'll come here, happily 2, then google.com, or I can leave the link, I can just write anything I want. Then I'll come here and say updated to check if we got it right. So update, error updating book, please fill in required info. So we'll come here because we made image, we copied it from the add book. So now image will no longer be required. Image will no longer be required. So we remove this. And then we'll try again. Error updating book. So let me check what the problem is. Inspect console. API update book. And then the ID is not found. Let me console.log the parameter. So console.log params, just like this. Let's see. It's getting the ID. I don't know why it is not working. Oh, update book is meant to, I'm meant to pass in the ID. So params.id. Yeah. So that was a mistake I did. If we're using TypeScript, I would have cached this error immediately. But yeah. So let's test it out again. Update book updated successfully immediately, lightning speed, and you can see it here, edit. So I can say, let me edit this back and remove the edit so that it will be a normal book again. Let me edit it with an image now. So I'm going to add that watch image here, and let me show you my Cloudinary. So as you can see, I have only 4 images here. If I'm updating an image, I'm meant to delete this image, then add the watch image, which means that it will soon be 4 and it will not increase. So let me update the book. Book updated, and I should see the word. Yeah, perfect. So if I refresh this, I should, where is, the book deleted, but it did not add. So let me go back to my server.js. If it, wow, wait, let me refresh it. Why is it not working? Let me see. Let me see. Oh, I didn't get my spelling of my folder well. That was why it wasn't saved in my library. So let me go back here. Update. Change the image to the correct image. Let me find my To Kill a Mockingbird. Let's see. To Kill a Mockingbird, yeah, this one. And then update book. Updated successfully. I will come here, refresh, and I should see, yeah, perfect. Perfect. So with this, we can add a book, we can log in, we can log out, we can add a book, we can delete a book, we can update a book. I think, yeah, we are done. The next thing we're going to do is to deploy our application. So to set up our application for deployment, we'll go to our server component at the bottom. At the bottom of our server component, we're going to do something now. Before this app.listen, we're going to check if we're in production or not. So we'll say if process.env .node.env underscore env is equal to production. Sorry. I'm going to use app.use express.static. Now I'm going to add my path name, but I have not imported path yet. So let us do that. We'll come here and say at the top of our file, we'll come here and say import path from path. And then we can configure our directory name immediately. So I can just go before my middlewares under this console.log. I can just come here and say const underscore that name will be equal to path.resolve. Just like this. Now we can go back to the end of our file. This thing we're doing is not part of our code, it's just to prepare us for deployment. So I'll say app.static, and then I'll say here path.join, and then I'm going to pass in my directory name underscore directory name, and I'm going to add it to our front end here, this one. So I'm going to say slash front end slash dist. Now this dist folder is going to be created only when we have built the front end. So for now, we don't have any dist folder in our front end. We are going to have it only when we're in production, when we have built our application. Okay, so after that, after this app.use, you are going to come under here and say app.get everything. I'm going to use a star, every single thing, and then request response. Then this will be, I'm going to say response.send file, and then I'm going to say path.resolve directory name, and then the front end folder, the dist folder. This will only be available when we have built it, and then index.html, just like this. Now the other thing we're going to do is in package.json. In this package.json now, we'll update our script to include one for build and one for start. So I'm going to come here and say the one for build. So when npm run build is called, we're going to say what npm install, and we're going to install this. npm install is for the root folder, and then we're going to install for the front end. So I'm going to say npm install, but this one now is for the front end, so I'm going to say dash dash prefix front end, just like this. And this is for the npm run build. And then for the start, no, I'm not done yet, sorry. Prefix front end, and then I'm going to say npm run build for the front end dash dash prefix front end, npm install, and npm install for the front end, and npm run build for the front end. Then I'm going to create a script for the start. So to start our application. To start, I'm going to say set node env underscore env. Node env is to production, and then we are going to call this with what? Node backend / server.js. Now, after doing this, the next thing we are going to do is to save this our image to Git. So I'm going to close this, Ctrl C, terminate. I'm going to close the front end as well, the front end terminal. We want to deploy our application. We don't need that again. I will use my stuff here. So I'll just go to my VS Code, initialize repository, and then I can say completed code, and I can commit this. And I can publish the branch. So I can name this library, or I can just put a YouTube to show that yes, this was done for the YouTube, and publish to Git. You can choose private or public, anyone you want. So I'll publish to the public repository. Yeah, successfully published. Now I'll just click on open on GitHub. And this is it. By the way, if you like using your terminal, you can just say git init like this, initialize your Git repository, then you can git commit, they can git remote add your Git repository name, and git commit -m, then git push origin master or main, anyone you want. But I already have that. I prefer using this one, and it's very simple and very easy. So now that we have gotten this in our GitHub, the next thing to do is go to render.com. Render.com is where we are going to deploy our application. Render.com. And then if you don't have an account, you log in or you sign up. I already have an account, so I'll just go to my dashboard here. As you can see, I have different projects that I've worked on. I'll just come here and click on add new. What we're going to pick is a web service. Let me increase this, sorry. We are going to pick the web service. And if you are new, you are going to see connect to your GitHub account. But me, I've already connected it, so I just need to import the latest one. So this is the one I'm going to click. Then I'm going to click on connect. Then I can add the name. Let me just leave it like this. The language, node, branch, main, region, the root directory. I'm just going to leave it empty because everything is in our root directory. Then the build command. Remember in package.json, we already have a custom build command we gave it. Let me reduce this so you see what I'm talking about. Yeah, we had a build command. So We can either write all these things at once, or we can just come here and say npm run build, just like this. And the start command, we're not going to use this. Instead, we're going to say npm run start. And then you can choose paid for your choice, but me, I'm going to go with the free one because I don't want to continue with this project. Also note that the free one spins down after a period of inactivity. And then the environment variable, for that you will go to your .env. Sorry, I'm going to cut this out. You come here back, then you come back to your browser, and then you paste it. So we have the Mongo URI, your port, your JWT secret, your cloud name, your API key, and your API secret. After that, you say deploy web service. And now it starts building. Your service is live. Okay, so now if we check our application, we're not going to be main live. So let's see. Loading. We got our home page, but we won't get anything. We cannot get anything because let me copy. First thing you do to resolve that, we'll copy this code. Why did we not get anything? In here, in our client, in our server.js, here, first off, we're using localhost, so we do not want anything localhost. You will change this to this, save this, then you go to your front end where you added all of them to be localhost. You will come to your store, in your auth store, go to the top here that you added localhost. You're going to come here, change this, save this in your bookstore. You come to the top, paste it like this, and when you're done, you will just come here and say, let's say updated URLs, anything you want. So you commit the changes, then you push the updated changes to your GitHub. After pushing it to your GitHub, you will have to redeploy your site. So just come here, then deploy latest commit, then you wait again to start deploying again with those changes. Your service is live. Let's check again. Refresh this. Loading, and here we got everything, and we can log in. John, give this John at gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Then log in. Logged in successfully. We have that already. Everything works just like we want. Yeah. So if you like my content, just help me to subscribe. I have like 80 something subscribers. It would be nice if I can get to 100. I will also be publishing more high value content, so your support is needed. Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for watching.